smile. I found it hard, was hard to find. Well, whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 hello.
What up, Bandidos? And we're live. Happy Friday, TGIF, April 21st. It's almost 2:30 in the PM, streaming from the Pacific Northwest. And today we got a good show for you. One, it's Friday night. Friday night's always a good show. We have the drops on on the Twitch side, so you can get that good looking new gear. We'll talk about that in a bit. And then we're gonna take a look at some of this new gear coming up in the next title update or season 1 of year 5. So, and we're gonna discuss it and then get into some gameplay. Does that sound like a plan? Let's roll.
Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. And if you don't know, now you know. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Used to Ron G, Lucy B, Mr. Free. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. Funk master flex love. And if you don't know, now you know. Star ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call the trick, same number, same hood. It's all good.
Watch this.
And if you don't know, now you know.
All right. What up, Bandidos? And we are live. So yes, Twitch drops are activated and they're going to be active until the campaign ends, which is May 15th. So a lot of time. And you got to basically watch for like an hour to unlock one item at a time. So it does take some time, okay? And sometimes the eye drops little thing doesn't work. I don't know why, but you can check your progress by going up to your little menu and then looking at your rewards or drops in your menu in the top right. You can check your progress there. But does seem to be working. I received 2 of my items today. So, so far so good. But again, it takes about an hour per item. So that's the good news. I also put out a post on YouTube. I'm actually gonna grab a link to it and I'm gonna drop it. It's got the links that you need in order to, here's a post link, guys. So how to set up your account if you don't have drops, okay? Enabled, and there's a couple of steps. It's not that hard, but you know, you gotta know your logins to Ubisoft basically. So I'm gonna drop it on both sides on your YouTube, folks. If you want to come kick it with us on Twitch, you're welcome to do so, and vice versa. So DCL19, thanks for that sub with your Prime, appreciate that. So today we're gonna get into a little bit of trouble, and by taking a sneak peek at this new weapon, we got a new exotic assault rifle coming down the pipeline, a couple of new named weapons, a new gear set, and a new brand set, and then some more perfect talents. So let me cue this up. Give me a quick second, and then let's start with that. And then we're gonna get into some general gameplay. Before you ask, no, I am not on PC. I am on Xbox. And so I don't get into the PTS. So I have to have Bandidos share some images with me, and that's how I get access to this stuff. So I really appreciate you guys for helping, and a special shout out to Raging Monkey for getting this the details on this stuff. So let's see if I can get it here. Let me turn off this scrolling mode. It's gonna automatically try to scroll. So let me. Hold on, it's still loading. Acting really slow. Hold on. Let me restart it. Actually, you know what? Let me just add the files. It'll be faster. Let me just load in the files. Sorry for this. Give me just a quick sec. Get the party started. All right. That's easier. Let me blow these up as best I can. All right. And then I'm going to turn on the music a little bit, and then I'll turn off the auto scroll mode. That's the part that keeps acting funny. Okay, so I got these in order as best I can, so hopefully it holds true. So let me go back to the first one. Let's see, assault rifle. We're gonna get to that. I know you guys are excited to talk about that. And it should be the big show. Okay, cool. So let's take a look just to make sure. The first file is that. Yeah, big show. Okay, so the big show. So we basically, it's the LMG is the same. And so what we're getting is just a named talent. Okay, so all the stats on the LMG are the same. And so if we go to the next image, we're going to see the new talent. But so there's nothing really special up here. Okay, and remember, this is PTS stuff, so anything is subject to change. All right, so what the perfect one is coming with is in this LMG, which is Perfect Thunder Strike. So deals 40% extra damage to shocked targets. Okay, and so we've talked in the past that you know, with every season there tends to be some sort of underlining theme, right? So like with season 11, the underlining theme was snipers, headshots, MMRs, right? But mostly headshots. And so they gave us hot shots, they gave us determined, they gave us perfect versions of determined on the Prophet, excuse me, and then on the G28, and then they also gave us the Sanctum and exotic sniper. So everything was on that same kind of theme, right? And so we got the same thing going for us here going into this next season. So status effects, okay? So this is, if I can encapsulate it into 2 words, it would say PvP and status effects. That's the theme I am detecting with my nose, I guess, you know, in this next coming year, I guess season 1. So perfect thunder strike, so 40% extra damage to shocked targets. You'd be like, well, how am I shocking targets? Well, you got the Scorpio, right? But what's interesting is be like, well, how does this line up with the weapon, right? And it doesn't. It doesn't, right? It's just like Sadist and the one where you get more damage when they're on fire, like the Pyromaniac, and then the one where they're blind, you know, so it's like that, right? Something else is applying the status effect. This weapon is not applying the status effect. Let's just keep that, make sure you understand that. So it is a weapon that either you're running with somebody else who's running the status effect, or you're switching to this weapon after you apply the status effect, or you're running a skill simultaneously with this weapon while it applies a status effect. So, like the shock traps, right? And that's the best use case I can think of right now. Now, I know some of you might be thinking about, well, you know, I could Scorpio them and then switch over. Yeah, your weapon swap speed is gonna be way too slow. By the time you swap to this weapon, you'd be lucky to get 1 bullet in on that enemy. All right. So, I mean, I like where your head is. I like the idea of swapping weapons, applying the status effect with one and swapping to the other. It doesn't really work in this game. Our status effects just don't last long enough. So 40% extra damage. Now the word extra damage is interesting. I don't know what that means. Does anybody have a good grasp on the word extra? So we see words like extra and bonus. So extra sounds to me like it's the same type of damage as amplified damage, or the same type of damage that's on Sledgehammer, right? So it's gonna look weird, and we're gonna have to determine. So because Sledgehammer is really weird, right? It looks like you're applying damage to armor on Chungas who are health targets, right? So F-Bio Pen Up. Bio Pen Up. Am I getting that name right? Thanks for that sub, man. Sorry if I butchered that. What's up, peeps? What's up, peeps? We're here. We're here. So yeah, this is just, you know, it's gonna be kind of like, you know what? It's gonna be one of those. It's like Sadist. It's gonna be a situational weapon time. It's not the worst thing. We're gonna get into why, but you know, we'll just see how useful it is, right? But so we're gonna see some shock coming into this season. Okay, let's take a look. Cabaret is basically the same thing. What is that? An MP5, I think. Does that look right? So SMG, there's nothing gonna be special about the SMG again. It's just gonna come with the 40% extra damage to shock targets, all right? So that's usually what we see. We usually see when a new perfect talent is introduced, we're gonna get it on 2 different weapons. Interesting that they chose the LMG and the SMG, and the reason why that's interesting to me is because the next weapon, let's come back to this, let's find the weapon here, is the exotic assault rifle. So we're getting basically a perfect LMG, a perfect SMG, and then an exotic assault rifle. So we're looking at RPM type weapons, which is good. I think that balances out after we're coming out of a season of headshots. So that's kind of nice. This is pretty sick. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's pretty sick. First of all, sorry I don't have better details on the visuals of this, just so you know. But that's a police M4. And who's raise your paw, okay? Raise your paw if the police M4 is your favorite assault rifle. You know, guaranteed half of you have your paws up right now, because that Police M4 is a stable beast. It's very easy to use. It works for all content, heroic and legendary. It's not the strongest weapon in the game. It's not the weakest, but it improves most gamers' play style. It enhances most people's play style more than the FAMAS, because the FAMAS has got that kick. And so that's why we knowingly choose the Police M4 over the FAMAS, even though we know the FAMAS has better DPS, because we play better with the Police M4. And this one is apparently really stable. So it's a very stable weapon. But what I want you to look at, okay, so we got the damage is on par, so you got no additional damage. It's just like what you would expect of the Police M4. The RPM, again, another shout out to Raging Monkey for providing the picks. I know it's a pain in the butt to do that, so thanks, Raging. So the RPM's a little bit higher, but that's because of the attribute. You're getting a 5% rate of fire, so it's artificially elevated, okay? So, but look at the mag. It's got 70 bullets in it. That's greater than the Eagle Bearer. You will no longer be begging for the Eagle Bearer when you have this St. Elmo's engine with 70 bullets, giving you more sustained damage and more DPS than the Eagle Bearer. As a matter of fact, this will be top 3 or 4 best DPS weapons and #1 sustained damage because of that mag and its reload size. So without the talent, okay, so just the base of the weapon, based on its damage, based on its RPMs and mag size and its reload, it's the #1 sustained weapon without its damage talent, without gear sets, just looking at the weapon compared to all other weapons. So sustained damage weapon is #1. That's amazing. That's great for us, right? Okay. So, yeah, so it's a beautiful beast. It's a Police M4, and it's not going to be tied to a raid. So, are we happy about it? New exotic assault rifle. Exotic assault rifles are always really popular because it's the most easily adaptable weapon archetype for the player base, right? So SMGs, you got to play too close. LMGs got horrible handling. Snipers, you got to be good at headshots, right? So in shotguns, you got to play close. And so the assault rifles, it's like middle of the road. It's really easy to adapt to. Most people adopt it. So anyways, very exciting, and it's on one of our favorite weapons in the game. So I am excited about this one, but I'm cautious, and I'll show you why. Okay, so sometimes the most beautiful and dangerous phenomenon is natural, signed anonymous. So, okay, so we already looked at that. Mag size is 70. That's crazy. That's to do the mods. So the reload time is 1.8 seconds. That's actually pretty good. Okay, so the Police M4's got a 2.1, 2.2 second reload time. So we got a little bit of improvement here, probably because of the mods. So the talent is called Optimist. I guess I'm just saying it like whatever. Shooting an enemy with this weapon will give one stack. So basically hits equals stack, like the Pestilence, like the Chameleon. At 100 stacks, the next magazine will be filled with shock ammo. And that's why they gave us a large mag, because they're giving us a lot of stacks requirements. So basically 1 1/3, so you're gonna have to go through a full mag, but you're gonna miss some of those shots, right? Not everybody's got 100% accuracy. So That's why they made the mag big. So they're saying that, okay, within reason, a reasonable shot is, let's just say you got 50% accuracy, which is above normal. Then you're basically gonna be at full stacks in 2 reloads. So, you know, I guess that's reasonable. But there's something I don't like about this. Think about it. I'm not sure if anybody's caught this yet, actually. But it's the same thing with ongoing directive. So I'm not really happy about this shock talent. I mean, it's going to be all right. Okay. But it's basically just saying, give me 5 shock rounds. I don't even need a full round. I'm full mag. Why? How many bullets does it take to kill an elite? Can we just say 20, just for the sake of argument? 20 bullets to kill an elite, right? You're not going to go around and shock everybody. You want to eliminate your target, do you not? Okay, so what's going to happen is you're going to pump in 20 rounds of shock enemy into one enemy, right? 20 rounds of 20 rounds of shock ammo into one enemy. That's 1/5 of your mag, right? Now, the reality is you're going to be missing shots. So it takes 20 shots to kill the enemy. Let's say you got a 50% accuracy. That means you're using 40 shock rounds, 40, to kill one enemy. Right? 40 shock rounds to kill one enemy. But what's the catch? Once you apply a status effect to an enemy, and they are under that status effect, you cannot reapply the status effect to that enemy. You get it? So basically, when you hit that guy with status effects, and you know you got a reload, an RPM of 892, right? Those 40 rounds are going to come out about the same time as he stops being shocked, right? So you only needed 1 shock round on that elite enemy, but yet you use 40 on him. And so when you go to the next enemy, you're gonna have whatever 60 left, and it's gonna be kind of the same concept, right? So that's what really sucks, is that you can use it to CC the room, but who wants to do that? And then what? They all stop being electrocuted, and then they all start shooting at you because you didn't eliminate one of them. You spent all your time working the room to get shock out there, and by the time you circle back to where you started, that guy's come out of shock. You know? And you don't have perfect accuracy, so it would just be, you know... I don't know. It's a little bit of a flawed system. And so, like, in a perfect world, I would like to... I'm not done with it, though, but just hear me out. Like, in a perfect world, you would lay into shock and then switch to your other weapon, like the Cabaret, the SMG, right? And just and get that extra 40% damage to him. And then switch back to your assault rifle, plug somebody else with a couple of shots to get some shock into them, switch back to your SMG. The problem is that it's like... what do you call it? You know, the duration and your weapon handling swap speed time are just not going to line up nicely to do that. So it's not bad. The good news, the not bad part is that I believe, even though you're wasting a bunch of shock ammo on somebody that's already shocked, the reality is that you're still getting hits. So those hits are still counting towards future reloads. So, you know, you're wasting some, but at least you're still stacking. You know what I mean? So it's just not really efficient. And that's really why, like, the way the Scorpio works is perfect, right? So creeping death would be, I like what you guys are thinking. I like that. So Vile Mask, you can only activate once, right? So again, it's the same first bullet, but I like how you're thinking there, Pale Rider. So, well, 1 bullet will activate the Vile Mask, and so the other 39 bullets will be wasted on the Vile Mask. The Vile Mask runs for 10 seconds. it doesn't take you 10 seconds to kill an enemy. It's usually 1 to 2 seconds, right? So, and then same thing with Creeping Death. You can't apply, Creeping Death won't spread their other enemies if you've already applied a status effect to that enemy. And so he's basically immune to your status effects after you apply the first status effect until he's no longer under status effects and comes out of his immunity. So let's just say this, okay? So one guy comes running at you, right? And you shock him and you're like, yeah. And then 2 more guys are headed your way, and then you're like, okay, let me eliminate this guy, and then I'm gonna start working on those other guys. You got Creeping Death on your backpack. You're sending shock ammo to the same guy, but the Creeping Death isn't gonna send it to those other guys because he isn't accepting a new status effect. So you got to wait for him. So basically, you have to plug a bullet and don't shoot anymore. Wait for him to come out of status effects. Now shoot him and activate your Creeping Death, which is basically just saving you 2 bullets. And so that's why I don't run Creeping Death with Ongoing Directive, because it's like it's easier just to put 1 bullet into each of the 3 enemies than wasting a backpack talent, right? So go 1, 2, 3. So anyways, the gun isn't trash. I'm just saying that's the flaw, okay? So just hear me out there. I'm not testing it in a live format, so, you know, but hopefully they hear that feedback, because I always can see the flaws in these things before they even release them. You know what I mean? I can just like, okay, and it's not because I'm special, but I've just been playing this game for so long. It's why we just don't, you know, it's why we don't use certain things in this game. It's just like, but here's the good news. Notice that they say it's not like the Scorpio. The good news and why it's not like the Scorpio, okay? So the Scorpio applies a shock. That shock duration is it cannot be manipulated by your status effects. It can only be manipulated based on how many pellets you land on that enemy. This one can be manipulated by your status effects. So the more status effects on your build, the longer that shock. Unless they're screwing us and not saying it correctly in the talent, okay? So what does that say? And Grumpy says, people on PTS say it gives you a new mag with shock rounds, replaces the bleed, but then I think new bleed overwrites that. Oh yeah, I see that. Oh, it doesn't work with Ongoing Directive because of that? I get it. So you can't have 2 types of special ammo. They got to find a solution around that. So Ongoing Directive was, I was going to tell you guys, like, it's probably number 1 for this. It switches back and forth. Yeah, but the only thing that's shitty about that is that it takes you 100 stacks in order to get your ammo, your shock ammo. So, but back and forth is good because then you have a chance to apply the bleed immediately after. But either way, once they're bleeding and once they're shocking, neither of the ammo. It's just, so this problem that I'm discussing with you guys about the shock is the same problem with Ongoing Directive. We have this problem with Ongoing Directive, right? And that's why Ongoing Directive isn't that great. But at least you're getting the amp damage. And so, but you're no longer applying the bleed damage again, but that's okay. It's the minor part. You really want the amp damage. So my point is that with Ongoing Directive, you apply the bleed and you got a whole mag of bleed, right? Of bleed ammo. And you can't reapply the bleed on the same target that you've already got bleeding. And so you can, if there's 2 nearby guys, I guess you can quickly spray them, but that's not really the best strategy overall when it comes to just, making sure you're getting the most DPS out of your weapon. And that's what we would like to see, I think, is, to make sure that these are really usable and legendary. And so when you got an enemy stepping up to you, that you want to be able to whip them down. And so I think this will do a good job. I would just like to find a way to make this a little bit more efficient. Anyways, that aside, okay, moving on. My head went directly to Ongoing Directive with this. The reason why is because the weapon itself, just like the Scorpio, can earn the ammo, just like the Sacrum. So you can earn the bleed ammo. But like they're saying, it switches back and forth between bleed and shock, bleed and shock, bleed and shock, which I don't mind, except you work so hard to get that shock. That is just kind of like, oh, I want all my shock and bleed too. But I don't know. We'll see. But the other thing is, I was thinking, like, would this be good with Striker? What do you guys think about Striker in this? I mean, on one hand, you can get your ammo stacks, your hit stacks faster because you got a little bit more accuracy and a little bit more speed. So that's the good side. But on the downside, I see it being like because your RPMs are increased, you're burning through. So remember when I said it takes 40 shots on an elite because of your accuracy? So it takes 20 shots to kill an elite, but it's really 40 bullets because the other one's missed. Well, if you add RPMs to the weapon, it's gonna sort of amplify that problem. And so I'm thinking you don't want to send that on the Striker set. I mean, you can, but it's saying it's just not like the ideal set. That's why I was thinking ongoing directive would be the ideal set. Anyways, overall though, I do think this is kind of structured for a PvP format. So let's move on. We'll circle back on this. We can continue to talk about this, but I'm excited about it. Don't think I'm not. I'm very excited about it, but I see that flaw, and I'm just kind of curious on kind of where my preferences will lie with this weapon. But either way, we will find some great builds with it and have tons of fun, and that's what I'm looking forward to more than anything. All right, these are the attachments. So crit damage, crit chance, we love to see that. Look at those 20s, guys. So good, because assault rifles are so difficult to get crits on, right? And so, I mean, so it's just really doing a good job of helping you get there, and you can't modify the mods on exotics. So we're really happy to see that. And then you see the Senate magazine there. I don't know why it's called Senate and the weapon is called Elmo's engine. I don't get that, but it might have been named something different before. But either way, Senate optics, 20% crit damage. Senate magazine, 30 rounds, and I think they're giving us more rounds because of the high stacks they're requiring. And maybe somebody thought about that wasted ammo too, so that might be part of it. And then Senate grip, 20% weapon handling. Wow, that's nice. And then the muzzle for that more crit chance. So we love, these are really good mods. I like these mods. You didn't like these mods, Grumpy? Or were you saying that you did like them? What do you think? Oh, you do like them. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is a good weapon overall, though. Overall, I like it. You know, I'm just a little iffy about the efficiency of the shock ammo, but otherwise, it's cool, man. It's cool. It's cool. And so, because you got to remember, on a lot of builds, like, we don't need additional damage really on our assault rifle. You don't really need it. Like, you can run some really strong, like, whether it be Striker, or you can even run assault rifles on Hunter's Fury. I mean, that'd be a great one, right? Shock them and disorientate them and get you 20% armor on kill too. You know what I mean? Run and gun with it. So that'll be fun. And then of course, Heartbreaker with your bonus armor, right? That could be cool. And then you can pair it up with Ridge Race Pride also. So you can have them bleeding and shocking just from Ridge Race Pride, running and gunning with it. And that's a good one for a Heartbreaker too, because you got the bonus armor to support you. Yeah, so anyways, status effects, love it, love it, love it. I'm a big fan of status effects overall. Anyways, I think it will be a big deal that we can also manipulate the length, so it seems. Elmo's a secret society, huh? I want in, I want in, I want in. What up, Roro? Okay, hold on a second. Let me check something. All right. So, Henry. So this thing has got. Okay, so this is a new brand set. Let's just talk about that first. Electrique. It kind of reminds me of the X-Men girl. What's her name? The blue one. Mystique. Yeah, Mystique. Mystique, they should have totally made this blue. So status effects, 10% status effects, kind of interesting. 20% shock resistance and SMG damage. So I think that for me, that screams PTS. I really meant PvP. That was a test. That was a test. No, to me, it does scream PvP. I mean, because 10% status effects, where Golem can give you more, but this comes with the skill tier. So, but you could just farm the Golem with that allows you to have a skill tier to reroll the core attributes. So, because Golem gives you 15%. So, and then the shock resistance. Why would you need shock resistance? So the only ones that give you shock are the Black Tusk. And do you really want to run around with 20% shock resistance when you could have something else in PvE format? I don't think so. You know, I mean, that's my style, is I'm either immune or not when it comes to hazard protection, you know? I mean, but, you know, sometimes when you, by default, have that 30% hazard protection like on Eclipse, then it's nice. It is nice. But when I'm building something, you know, unfortunately, hazard protection is usually the last thing to add because, you know, we only have so many slots and there's more important things. But I wish I could put hazard protection on all my builds. So we're going to try it. You know what I mean? But it's so specific. Would you rather have hazard protection or shock resistance? You know? And then why would you want to have so much shock resistance? I don't think you would. So, I mean, there's a shock room and countdown. I'm not sure you can mitigate that fully. But hazard protection, yeah, I don't think you can. Because I think we've gone in there with hazard protection maxed out and you still get shocked, don't you? And then, you know, there's just not that much shock in heroic and legendary Black Tusk. There's just not that much, right? You got the Rusher who tosses you the shock grenade. I mean, are you really going to build around that one enemy? You know? And then the Warhound shock you and disrupt you? Are you really going to build around Warhounds being right next to you? Because that's the only time they do that. So, no. And so for me, it's PvP, right? Because we're introducing new shock weapons to PvP, and they need to make sure they have a counter for that. They need to make sure they provide the player base something to negate that effect. What up, Lady Nemesis? Our gal from Florida. Florida represent. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is that it? Would you really make a build to not get shocked by the Warhounds, though? You know what I mean? Of course there's shock out there. I mean, you know. But... And so my point is that I'm not saying no status effects, but I'm saying what I would rather go 100% hazard protection than go 70% hazard protection and then build the rest into shock resistance. You know what I mean? It's pointless. We've seen this before. I mean, this is actually the first time we've seen, no, there's some other ones. So there's like disrupt resistance. All the ones, this is how it plans out. All the ones with a very specific hazard protection element tend to be PvP. Think about it. So we have disrupt resistance on system corruption, right? And then what else has it? Does y'all have it too? Y'all have something. Pulse resistance, right? They're all PvP. They're all PvP. Sangre de Oreo. Appreciate the little goat. Meh. Meh. So yeah, I think I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's PvP orientated. Will somebody, maybe even me, create a shock resistant PvE build? Probably. You know, probably. Application would be like, you know, just so you know what you can do out there. So And sometimes it's not a bad idea. Like for me, for example, I always say to myself, like, you know what? I should be creating foam resistance builds because I always fight the True Suns, and their foam is really irritating. You know, so there's some interesting stuff to do with this. They did give us 10% SMG damage at the back end. It's just kind of like, what? You might as well just kept it on theme, right? You see that, right? So you got status effects, shock resistance, and then weapon damage with the skill tier. 10% flat, you know, non-multiplicative damage on, you know, we could do better than that. Come on. You know, come on. But, however, where does this synergize? Okay, so remember where I talked about the assault rifle having shock ammo, right? And it's because it's ammo, that's a status effect that you're applying, not the weapon talent that's applying the status effect. Because of that, you can manipulate the length of shock, right? So if you apply the shock with your assault rifle, hear me out, then you switch back to your Cabaret SMG, right? And use your perfect Thunderstrike for 40% extra damage. And because you're using the electric set, right? Because you're using the electric backpack brand set, whatever it's called, Lavoisier. What is this? What is this language? If you can hit them and then switch quickly, this set would be interesting because you're getting the status effects length. And then if you're running that SMG, then you know you're helping this all along, right? I gotta say the Memento backpack would be pretty good though, right? Why? Because it's gonna give you 30% skill. Well, no, the skill efficiency won't help. Yeah, skill efficiency doesn't help because the shock is coming from ammo. So even though that skill efficiency includes status effects, it's for status effects applied by skill, not by weapon ammo. Yeah, that'll be interesting. But status effects, that's weird. I'm not sure how the Memento works like that way. It's skill efficiency, so I think skill efficiency doesn't buff your bleed from ammo. However, status effects on your build buffs your bleed and shock from ammo. We know that, right? Ongoing directive is a good example, right? So ongoing directive, you put status effects everywhere, that bleed lasts forever. And so is that... But I don't think the Memento's status effects buff from the skill efficiency is going to help. I think it's only for skills, but... We've never really tried or tested that. Not that I can think of. Zoolander. Yeah, shock traps will be cool with this for sure. So anyways, so there's an application for this, I see. Like if you put one piece of this with one piece Golan, that'd be sick, right? So having more status effects is nice. Yeah, and so it'd be nice to see an all red version of this. So get crits on there and then put a red core. Run that with your assault rifle. That'd be cool. That's the one to run. You know what I'm saying? And why? Let's take a look at the talent. Galvanize. You can now use Galvanize with what, guys? An assault rifle. The St. Elmo's engine is gonna give shock. And what is that gonna do? Get 50% of your armor as bonus armor. So you get it? So you want this backpack all red. All right, or with a blue core, whatever. But like crits, get some crits on there, right? Because St. Elmo's is a crit gun. So you want these attributes to be critted, and then put an armor core or a red core, get the status effects to make you shock longer, and then give your whole team bonus armor. Now you don't get that bonus armor, I don't think, right? Wait, do you? I don't remember. I think it's just your allies. Oh no, to you as well. That's right. Okay, good. To you and all allies. So that's pretty cool. And actually, Galvanize is really good bonus armor. You remember I was talking about, like, I wish we had more sources of bonus armor? Here we are. Here we are. That's exactly what we're looking for. Merburger, appreciate that sub with your prime. You rock. So I was just thinking, like, I say this like on a daily basis. We need more sources of bonus armor. Galvanize has always been there, but it's so limited. We rarely use blind and snare. You know, I mean, we do, but when we're running riot foam, there's other things to run other than Galvanize. Confuse. You know, yeah, we do that, but, you know, and this mostly pairs up really well with the shotgun. So we made a wingman build using the True Patriot set with Galvanize on the backpack, right? Using the Scorpio shotgun, and then we ran Vanguard in the chest, so we're just giving massive amounts of bonus armor. So look out, wingman number 2, now available with an exotic sniper assault rifle, exotic assault rifle, wingman number 2 with perfect Galvanize. Hello. And I think the buff is the distance. I think it's pushed up to 30 meters there. Because I think 50%, it's always been 50%. Is that right? Let me confirm that. I'm running around behind the picture. Don't look behind the curtain. All right, so I'm just gonna confirm. I'm just looking at the library here. Hold on, where's my Galvanize? Oh wait, it's a backpack down, not a weapon. Yeah, actually it's a bonus armor and a distance. Ooh, it's a double buff. Look at that. So Galvanize is 40% within 20 meters. The perfect one is 50% over 30 meters. Wow, that's a good buff, guys. It's doubled. It's usually one or the other that they do there. Biko, wow, it's good to see you on Twitch, Beaks. Aw, Biko on Twitch. Nice. Yeah, it's crazy. Hold on a second. All right. So, yeah, that's cool. So we're liking this. That's a good one to have perfect. I love it. It synergizes with the assault rifle. Can we move on? All right. And we're back to St. Elmo's. So we missed something here. Hold on. It was the chest. Let me get back to that. Oh, so we saw the chest, but I was going to tell you that it comes with the talent, but I think it's a bug. And then we got to look at the gear set. Perfect companion. So this is what the chest piece talent is, but we think this is wrong. And apparently it's just a placeholder from the feedback we've gotten. So while you're within 10 meters of an ally or skill, total weapon damage is increased by 20%. They should just give us that anyways. So here is the set called Paladin. And so that's what it looks like on the character. Pretty cool. Again, shout out to Raging Monkey for hooking us up with the pics. So looks like all blue. It's coming with blues. So yeah, I like that. I like that. Blue, red, whatever. So 2 pieces. Hazard protection at 30%. So yeah, it just got way easier to get to that 100% hazard protection, did it not? I think like 1 piece of this, 1 yaw. So that's 40% right there. And then your watch is 10, so that's 50% just with those 2 pieces. And not counting the sub attributes. So yeah. And then you got 4 other pieces to work with. So it's just gonna be way easier. I'd probably go the 3-piece Xena Getica route. Because then at least I'm getting armor and armor on kill with that hazard protection. You could also do 511 or whatever else you want to do. But yeah, I like that route better. It's more useful. But so that's cool. And so I do think it's again PvP orientated. That's okay, but I do think it's PvP orientated because our application for 100% hazard protection and then repair skills behind it. I mean, damn, I got to be pretty powerful to be losing my first two stats there on 3 pieces of my gear. And we can be really powerful. I mean, we can actually, as a matter of fact, a sniper build running this would be sick. You know, not looking at the talent, but just with those 2 talent, just look at the Hasbro and repair skills. 40% is huge. That's like 2 mods. You know, which is another reason to not like repair skills on the gear set, because it's just 2 mods. You get me? So you can easily get 40% by putting 2 mods on, you know? So, but you know, it's all right. It's all right. I like it. It's definitely, that's a blue yellow. This is a rainbow set if you think about it, right? So hazard protection is blue, repair skills is yellow. So this is a rainbow set. This is like a little memento set here. So, let's see if I can see the bottom of this. There we go. So charging. So here's a 4-piece talent. So for each second spent out of cover, so this is like Umbra, during combat, so you have to be in a fight, agents will get 5% reduced incoming damage from any skills, max 50%. So that's sort of why, again, I'm thinking PvP for this stuff. What do you guys think? So that does help with enemy, I believe, enemy turrets and tanks, but not warhounds. And I think this will also help with suicide drones and rogues, PvE rogues. That's cool, right? I mean, rogue killer, can I say, right? Because they throw shock grenades, they throw shock traps, they throw everything at you, right? Fire grenades. And you know what else they hit you with, guys? The oxidizer that just destroys you, right? So we're talking PvE rogues hit you with the oxidizer, and that one's lethal. And you have you'll have max 50% reduced incoming damage from that. So charged, the other part, so while fully charged, gain immunity to any movement speed debuff. That sucks. I mean, I'm not hit with that often, right? Basically bleed. I mean, is that going to help against riot foam? Do you think that'll help with riot foam? I mean, being immune to this, do you think that the dizzy disorientation is also considered a movement speed debuff, because you're definitely dizzy? I mean, that makes me slow. What up, Raven? What up? Oh, yeah, I like that Parabellum. Running with Hunter's Fury, it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, I wonder, you know, so there's some applications here, but as you can see, it's mostly useful for PvP. But yeah, you can use this in PvE. I mean, I see it with the Ninja Bike for sure. A Ninja Backpack would be really cool with this. Run 2 pieces, get that, maybe that repair skills. Or just 1 piece. Actually, this would be really sick as just a 1 piece, to be honest with you. Like I said, I'm more of a fan of getting fully immune to hazard protection than just running partial immunity. But it could make a really well-rounded build. So just by going like, you know, Ninja Bike Backpack, 1 piece of Paladin, 1 piece of Hot Shot, you know what I mean? 1 piece of Bellstone, 1 piece of Uzina, or I'm sorry, the Brazos holster, the Picaros, and then, you know, whatever on the mask could probably be Habsburg, right? And then you get the Hot Shot I mean, you get the armor with the headshot plus weapon damage, or run another piece of hot shots and get 30%. That could be really cool. That could be really cool, you know? Or run 2 pieces of this and get the repair skills since you're losing bonus armor. You know what I mean? That could also be cool. So that's what I see here. Otherwise, you know, you're gonna see a lot of guys just running this straight up as a 4-piece in PvP combat, right? Which is like system corruption, and why you don't see it a lot. Why don't you see system corruptions a ton, right? And it's because it takes a little bit of the creativity out of your build when you run system corruption. And so it's effective, but so it's an easy way, an easy entry into PvP when you put on sets like this. And I think this is really the idea is to make it more reliable. T-Buck, we've been seeing the eye drops thing kind of not being, let me try it too. I tried it earlier, nothing popped up. I don't know why. But it's easier to just look at their progress in the upper right menu. So there should be drops reward. So yeah, it's working for me. So I've gotten my shorts, the boots, and I just earned the gloves just now. Oh wait, I got the boots to go. So I just earned the gloves, now I gotta get the boots. Anyways, you can see if you go to the top right menu, under subscriptions, it's to say drops and rewards, and you can see your track. Yeah, I don't know why eye drops isn't working. It's not working for me. Ooh, I got the hat. I forgot about that. I can claim that too. So the hat was part of yesterday. I don't know how long. I think you have to go into your mailbox and your stash of claim it. Anyways, we'll go to that in a second. Looks like the t-shirt breaks your arm. That's funny. So yeah, I'm monitoring drops on my own account to make sure it's all coming in clean, because you never know, Ubisoft nowadays. Okay, so yeah. So anyways, great entry into PvP. There will be some, you know, applications of PvE in pieces, I think, on this. And that is going to make more well-rounded builds. And so that part's fun for me, I think. So then we got the chest talents. So we already looked at this. Oh, we didn't see the bottom part. So after charge is consumed, charging buff will resume. It's still in combat and out of cover. So after charged is consumed, charging buff will resume if still in combat and out of cover. Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. So when you use it all up, as long as you're out of cover fighting, it's going to keep stacking for you. All right, and so we're looking at the talent here, overcharging. I believe there's a chest. Increase charger max incoming skill damage protection to 70%. 70% immunity to skills. I mean, wow. Can you imagine running this? Okay, we're gonna try this. Yeah, the backfire, that'd be interesting, bro. Good call. Backfire with this? Good call. But I was also thinking, like, what if you run it with the backfire and then protection from elites? Right? And so, because protection from elites protects you from the damage coming from hazard, protection from elites, which we know is like everybody in heroic content. Everybody's an elite. So it'd be really interesting to see a protection from elites maxed build on this. I mean, you would just be really immune. Yeah, I don't know. It says TD2 gloves, TD2 boots, TD2 shorts, April 2023. I don't know. Oh, did they appear directly? Oh, cool. We'll check that out in a sec. So anyways, that's crazy. I mean, again, like, there are a lot of skills. We got to see which are counted as skills. And, you know, if it's a proxy like a turret, I'm pretty sure that's considered a skill. Or do they consider, are they not thinking about PvE skills at all, right? Is it just pure PvP? We'll see. Has anybody tested that yet? Yeah, I can't wait to hear what you find out. Is that it? Let us know. Is that, I thought you're on Xbox though, aren't you? Don't you play with me on Xbox sometimes? Did you switch to PC or do you have 2 accounts? If you have 2 accounts, you're crazy, bruh. I would try. Oh, you have it on every platform you try. Has anybody figured out how to get Division PTS on Mac OS? Because that's what I run. That's why I can't do it. I mean, because obviously I have a computer. So, but it's just my thing is that I'm on a Mac because of all the editing that I do, streaming and stuff. But you're a soldier, is that it? I have it on every platform. Damn. No, there's a lot of people that do that. That's amazing. Yeah, you have to like get one of the. You can like rent a server that runs Windows and then play it on like a proxy, right? Is that how it works? Is that what you mean? Is that what you call boot camp? Well, isn't there another way to do it? Like you can go like rent a server, right? And so you log into that server, and then you can have that server running on Windows, acting like a PC, and then yeah, you'd have to pay money to do it. Yeah. Anyways, one of these days I'll figure that out. So, anyways, really cool, really cool, really cool. Okay, so let's look at the next one. Safe charging, so it's the backpack, I believe. So charger gives 10% protection per second. So it just ranks up faster. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, kind of similar to what I was thinking about renting a server, but that might be easier. I'll check that out one of these days. Thanks for the Windows for Mac with Mac Boot Camp Assistant. I see it. Cool. Thanks, brother. Oh, that's what I got you guys for. Okay, so I think that's all the gear. Oh, no, we forgot about the shocker punch. Okay, don't give me... Okay, what do we think about this one? Can I get a reaction out there? Reactions, please? Give me some emojis. Give me some emojis on the shocker punch. All right. I mean, gaming PCs aren't just the cheapest thing to go out and get, right? So it's not like you're just gonna be, yeah, I'm just gonna spend $5,000 to $10,000 on a gaming machine just so I can run the PTS. You know what I mean? It's like, damn. I mean, I wish if anybody's got a recycled PC, like maybe they upgraded recently, and you got one to get rid of, let me know. Hit me up. Hit me up. You can rent a VM, yeah. The dedicated, yeah, okay. You got 5 on it? I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. Who was that saying that? I got 5 on it. Was that, what was that called? What were they called? Bones and Harmony? Do you guys remember those guys? The Thuggish Ruggish Bone. Got the Thuggish Ruggish Bone. Remember that? Bones and Harmony? Is that what they were called? I gotta look them up. It's been years since I thought of them. Bones and Harmony? Is that what it is? Harmony? Bone Thugs and Harmony. Hell yeah, boy. I haven't thought of them in forever. But they were good, man. They were good. They were legit. Loonies, that's what it was. The Loonies, yeah. That's taking me back. Okay, so... yeah, okay. I didn't see a lot of emojis. You guys failed. You failed on the emoji test. Thanks, Skeletor. Skeletor was the only one listening. What kind of chat audience? Okay, I think Sinner and... All right, okay, there's a few out there. I see you. Thank you guys. Dark, appreciate it. Okay, YouTube, you guys are failing the emoji deal. Okay, so thank you, Roman. So this is I'm just let's mute the music. let's get this out there. I'm gonna somebody please give a feedback to the devs on this. So I know the devs watch my videos. So, but do they watch my live streams all the time and get to this stage in the live stream? I don't know. But they sometimes comment on my videos. But the okay, let me go back one pick. Let me go. Yeah. I'm like, my mind is like, okay, the shocker punch, because it's just like they're not learning from the previous mistakes, and I don't know what to tell them. You know, besides like, hey, we've already gone down this melee road and it never works. No, I mean, it's going to be about as useful as those fucking bloody knuckles, where people are going to be like, hey, I got one build for it. Cool. That's not what we consider useful when you have to go find just like one build for it, right? Like the sacrum, like the blue screen, right? You got like one build for it. And it's just like, okay, cool. So you use that build and then back to the stash, and it's taking up space. And anyways, armor, explosive resistance, has pro. So that's cool. All right. And this is a holster slot, by the way, which is very competitive slot. Defibrillator. So while Shocker Punch is equipped, the agents will have 50% time reduction when being stunned by any electric skill. Okay, so that's good, right? But listen, it didn't say electric ammo. It said skill. So what skills shock you? Well, it doesn't say... Okay, wait. Time reduction. Okay, so the wording here is weird, okay? So they said by any electric skill. All of our skills are electric. Can we just... All of them are electric, right? I mean, maybe not all of them, but an attack turret, is that not electric? But it doesn't stun, obviously. So yeah, by being stunned. So the only electric skills that stun is the shock traps and maybe the turret, but I don't think that's counted. So there's the chest piece talent that shocks you, and that is called because I don't use it enough. My memory. Tamper proof. That's not a skill damage. I think that's a talent damage, so I'm not sure this will count there. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But is there another skill that shocks that I'm not thinking of, guys? But being stunned by an electric skill is telling me shock. They're trying to say that they're trying to mitigate shock here, okay? And the only thing that shocks out there are traps. So is there a PvE skill that shocks you? No, not that I can think of. There's warhounds that throw shock grenades. There's shock grenades by rushers on the Tusk, but I can't think of a skill that shocks you on the PvE side. And so there's only one. So you can be running this because of shock traps. So that first paragraph is not going to help you against shock. This doesn't say shock ammo. This doesn't say shock. It's not your resistance to shock. It says skill. There's a very important word there. Skill. A shock skill with the manhunt. I hope so. I hope they give us a new shock skill, but that's crazy though, right? Like to have one thing for shock traps. So you'd be wearing this whole thing for shock traps. I mean, I guess in a PvP format where you got the paladin suit giving you hazard protection, and then shock resistance against the shock ammo, and then you got skill damage resistance, and then you got I mean, if you combine this with paladin, so you got 50% reduction right there. And then the second paragraph here says gain immunity to any movement speed debuff, right? So if they consider shock a movement speed debuff, which I do, but I don't know if they do, then you combine that. Well, this is immunity. So if you're immune to it, then you wouldn't need the holster. But if you're not immune to it, then you're getting an additional hazard protection. So you've got all sorts of random hazard protection happening, right? So you got immunity to probably bleed. Oh, thanks. Is that it? Okay, cool. So is that it saying bleed is the only movement speed debuff? Okay. So let's run on that. And then, so this is another type of debuff. So, okay, a debuff protection. So, again, very specific, though. It's so specific. And sledgehammer. Oh, and the sacrum, right? The sacrum also slows you down. But who's using the sacrum in PvP? Raise your hand. You know what I mean? I mean, if you are, man, woo. You guys rock. And so that's the problem. It's not that it's a bad idea. It's just that they're obviously not testing their own weapons because they would know the sacrum sucks and nobody's actually using it. And so they're like, let's give them the defibrillator to counter the sacrum and bleed. And then it's like, well, the sacrum's not an issue, so it's only bleed. But the reality is there is a lot of bleed in PvP. There is. Yeah, I hear you, Anna. There is a lot of sacrum. I mean, whatever you call it. I don't get it. So, anyways, using the shield will give 100% to melee damage. Oh my god, is that enough? And I realize it stacks, but so my thing is like, okay, it's not, melee damage is never really strong in this game, and we've tried stacking it. So we've seen people stack it, the Lady Death with the bloody knuckles, running with the shield, and then you got the claws out. It's just, it still doesn't do anything. But in PvP, it could be different. You can't use Lady Death or Claws Out with this, really? So let's see. Using a shield will give 100% to melee damage. Also, using the Senate will give an extra 100% melee damage and applies shock to an enemy hit with melee. Oh, that part requires specifically the Senate, which I'm guessing is the assault rifle. Okay, so it's gonna double your melee damage. So that throws out. Well, the Lady Death has more melee damage than 100%. Doesn't the melee, the Lady Death have, I don't have it with me right now, but doesn't it have 500% melee? It's way up there, right? So you would still be better off on from the damage side with the Lady Death. 1,000 melee, gotcha. So you can use same ammo on the shield for 200% melee versus the Lady Death and Claws Out for 1,000%. Yeah. Yeah, I'd go for the 1,000. But anyways, I think the shock is the more interesting because the damage part sucks. Yeah, I think it's the shock that's nice too, Anna. Yeah. So also using the Senate will give an extra 100% melee damage and applying shock to any enemies hit with the melee 5-meter radius. So you can get a group with that. So, I mean, that's kind of neat. There's a 15-second cooldown on that. Yeah, I didn't say that. I mean, it's kind of neat, but this is the problem. This is why I say they don't test it. So in PvP, it might be different because if you're in each other's face, I guess you could just try to melee each other also. But while you're meleeing that guy, he's putting 5 rounds in your face that's going to kill you, you know? So I don't know. Maybe you melee from the back because he doesn't see you or something like that, right? Okay. So, you know, there's some application there. You know, be a sneaky ninja. But otherwise, let's just say talk about PvE, I mean, it's like 8 out of 10 times when you melee the enemy, it doesn't stagger them, unfortunately, so they melee you back. And it hurts when they melee you back. You didn't hurt them, but they really hurt you. Unless you like max protection from elites and all that shit, but, you know, if you're max protection from elites and all that stuff, then the last thing you need is defibrillator, What you need is damage on your build, you know? So it'd be kind of gimmicky here, and then you got the cooldown. So melees is not good, throwing grenades is not good, and you know, I think you could. That's a good question. You can melee the Black Tusk Electric Dogs, they're Warhounds. I mean, this would be a true status effect because it doesn't, there's no stated time on it. So you could roll in the status effects and try to do that. That could be interesting. And then run Creeping Death with this could be interesting. I mean, all it would be doing would be doubling the radius. So it might be a waste, but you're just dropping no mods. Yeah. No, I mean, somebody's gonna, the posts in combat of people using this are gonna be like, you know, this is gonna be situational. It's just gonna be a clip of them, you know, hitting a chunga right before they're about to die anyways, or while their team is shooting them, you know. And this guy's gonna run up to the chunga and hit him real quick, and it's gonna look like, yeah, I'm God. But it's just like, yeah, no, your team was killing him anyways. So he's distracted, you know? So, I mean, so that's basically the last one. I think this is, it's gonna be like the Bloody Knuckles. I mean, the Bloody Knuckles looked all right on the surface, right? But, you know, we know just very limited application. And yes, I know that everybody can make one build out of it. So can I, but it's just like, I don't want to go up to an enemy and melee them. You know, I just don't. I know what happens when you do. You get meleeed back and they melee harder and you get stunned and they don't get stunned. And so that is, I don't care about the damage. There's one thing that should happen if you melee the enemy. They should get staggered. Okay, why can't you stagger an enemy? If they are punched, they are punched. What human doesn't get staggered when they take a punch? Well, there's people that can't. Okay, I get that. But like all of them, they can't get staggered. Nobody can get staggered. I mean, we should have at least a 50% chance of staggering with a melee. You know, it's so risky to get that close. No, I'm not on Steam, and in Steam, I don't think can download the PTS either, unless you figured out how. If you did, let us know, because it wasn't showing up. Yeah, I wish that worked too. Because you got to download. I think you got to download something, and it needs to be outside of the platform, the Steam platform. That's what I guess. But yeah, so you know, I think some good, some bad, and the uglies. But it's not so much that not everything I'm gonna use, but I just, you know, we don't need another unusable exotic, especially, you know. So I mean, I'm not super excited about some of this gear personally, but that doesn't make it bad. You know, like Electric, I'm not super excited, but you know, there's some builds that can take advantage of more status effects, so that's cool. I do like the new named, we don't know what that's gonna be yet, but the new name backpack talent, I mean, that's gonna be cool. Galvanized, perfect galvanized, that's awesome. That is awesome. Because of the assault rifle, hear me out though, right? Because of the assault rifle. So that's why it's awesome. Anyways, this paladin set, you know, it's all right for PvP. You know, it'll be an easy entry into PvP. Can people just throw this on, and then, you know, if those, especially if those skills are annoying you. But when I go in there, I don't know if it's just me, but I don't see a lot of people running skills. You know, I see the usual. I mean, there's the stingers. That's always a thing. It's always a thing, right? And so I get that. That'd be helpful, and that applies bleed, and that slows you down. So this technically counters the stingers. That's a big deal. I see that, and then you can heal faster from the bleed. Okay, so you know, so it does have application. This is cool, but you know, it's all PvP, right? And so for PvE, it's a little more limited. But I do see builds coming out of this for more build diversity or strengthen a build that doesn't need any more damage. Okay, so and we got a lot of those builds, I'll be honest with you. But the problem is that am I going to want to run 2 pieces, which is 15% hazard protection each, if you look at it that way, to get that 30% Haz Pro on my build. And then otherwise you'd have to run the ninja, but then we're giving up so much bonus armor. But there are some one-shot builds that I wouldn't mind, like that running around crazy 1886 one with lots of bonus armor and like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, yeah, a little hazard protection would be cool, I guess, because I don't need any more damage. I'm one-shot killing everything. So yeah, you know, so I do see some builds coming out of this. So I like the diversity that this will provide. And of course, the easy entry for the community into PvP. That's cool. That's cool. I can dig that. And so I think the only thing I'm disappointed with is really the sucker punch. I think it's going to be a letdown, and we just don't need more letdown exotics. This is the one where they should be paying a little closer attention to, because this is what we're supposed to get really excited about, I think. And because we're grinding for these they're a little more rare, and then you get it and you're like, great, another one I'll hang on the wall. So, you know, you got the Sacrum, you got the Bloody Knuckles, you got the blue screen, you got now the Shocker Punch. And the unfortunate part is it's not the exotic they need to fix, it's the game mechanics that they need to fix. They need to fix our grenade tossing, at least give us a big double our radius or something in PvE. And then they need to make our melees stronger, you know, make the juice worth the squeeze. We'll get up in there. So yeah, so this is the biggest letdown. The rest of the stuff is just, you know, the big show and the cabaret with Perfect Thunderstrike. I think that's gonna be very tough to use. You're gonna have to roll all into status effects. Get 40% extra damage to shocked targets. It sounds like amplified damage or special damage. I'm not sure, but we'll see. But I think the St. Elmo's Fire will be pretty cool. I think that's the one to look forward to. I can't wait to run this Perfect Galvanize with the new assault rifle exotic. That's gonna be sick. That's gonna be the build. So True Patriot, yup. A True Patriot, St. Elmo's will be cool. And then we can run just major bonus armor to our team. Yeah, I look forward to making that one. Cool. All right. So we'll set that aside for now. Let's see. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Overall cool, or is it all about that exotic AR? To be honest, I don't like the overemphasis on one exotic, because then sometimes it can be a letdown if it doesn't do everything that we hope. One example is the Ninja Bike backpack, right? So we got the Sacrum and the Ninja Bike, and that was it, right? Those not the only 2 exotics we got. And people realize that the Ninja Bike backpack is situational to the build, which it is. So on some builds, it just doesn't make any sense, and it's just kind of like, why? You know, why? You can, but why? You know, would you just be better off going this way or better off going that way? And the answer is usually yes. But there are some builds where it's magical on, but you have to be able to discern between the difference, or discern between the 2 options and see which one makes sense and which one doesn't. So it's just about asking yourself the right questions. And outside of that, you know, do whatever you want. Shit, if it's fun for you and it works, go for it. And then, but either way, it's not what everybody was hoping, you know, to be. It's not as competitive to the mementos we might have thought up front. And then the sacrum. I mean, there we know what happened to that beast. So. Okay, cool. So as far as builds, what I'm running right here, so I'm working on this new deflector shield build. Speaking of status effects, so Galvanize wouldn't work with this one, but because of the shock ammo not transferring. But Galvanize gives us. Yeah, no, it wouldn't work unless I run a Hunter's Fury with it, which you could. But this is a cool build. So I finally got a build for the perfect creeping death, the courier, and I know a lot of you have been waiting for a build for this. Right on, Biko. I knew you would be. I knew that was yours. You like those wingman builds. They're hard to make it with special ones. You know what I mean? They're really hard, but it's nice to get a lift to one that we know that works. So perfect creeping death is gonna be really good with this setup, and you'll see it working really well. So we got a nice synergy here, but I know a lot of you probably aren't running this a lot because for your status effect builds, like let's say Eclipse Protocol, it's just really not worth running the perfect version when you can run the regular version like on a Golan or on a Hannah U or something. Or run your Eclipse Protocol backpack for 30% amp damage and get even more out of it. So yeah, I think this is the only perfect creeping death build that I can stand behind, and it's really, so we got some synergies here. Okay, so the synergies are the deflector shield. Okay, so this is a deflector shield build. Basically, it sends the bullets back to the enemies, and with an average damage of 151,000. And so sort of like a Hellfire when you're landing these on the target. And we have this at a tier 4 shield. And then I got a fixer here, but let me just put the right mod. It's not the main purpose of the build. And then, so the deflector plus Ridge Race Pride. So Ridge Race Pride, shooting enemies within 15 meters applies bleed to the target, and you can get up to 50% bleed, right? You gotta be within 15 meters, which we are, of course, we're playing close. But, and then that can give you, that crazy regen, right? And it gives bleed to the enemies, and that slows them down and all that other stuff. But the deflector applies the bleed, so you don't even have to shoot to give the bleed or heal. Your enemies can apply it to themselves. And so when they're shooting, your shield is coming back to them as bleed ammo. And then this, the perfect creeping death is allowing the other enemies to pick up that bleed within 10 meters. And so, so that's easily 2, 3, 4 enemies bleeding, maybe even more. So you know that you're bumping up to 12% armor regen per second. And that's what you need to survive. You need that to survive because you're taking a lot of damage running around with this one. And then we got protection from elites, a little bit of it, not too much of it, but we are running 62% protection from elites. We also thought about running Gunner, and I'm tempted to try that. So if you run Gunner, you can get 10% armor on kill instead of 10% protection from elites. So this is giving us 10% protection from elites. And then I got preservation for 20% armor on kill. So that's another synergy because we're always going for headshots. So when I make a deflector build, I've made a ton of these, but what I've learned over the progression of making these is that basically you should roll, it's a pistol build first, a tank build second, and then a skill build. So a lot of people build this backwards, and the problem with doing that is that it's going to take you really long to clear any content because the enemies aren't shooting at your shield full time. You know, they really aren't, especially in heroic content. And elite NPCs shoot at your head more than your shield. That's what the protection from elites and the regen is about. But you don't need to go too much protection from elites. What you need is a strong weapon. So D50, Liberty, Regulus, these are all good ones. You could even go piss the revolvers if you wanted to. But what you're looking to do is stagger. That's your best defense against elites, is to just pop one in the head. You're standing really close to them. The pop one in the head, it staggers them, and then, you know, just kind of finish them off, right? So we'll show you. Right? Good job, buy the effing book. You've been putting in some time. I'm still working on my boots. Yeah, the eye drops thing isn't working. Anybody? It's not working. You got to look on your menu on the right. Or is it working? Because I tried earlier. Eye drops. I call it eye drops, but it's exclamation drops. My eyes are upside down. That's why. Okay, so that's the basic build. Protection from elites everywhere, and then headshot damage and weapon handling. You could take some of this weapon handling off and put it for more skill damage. But I don't like too much skill damage on this. Weapon handling is helpful because I am using the D50, so, you know, there's that. And then the Picaros over here, headshot damage, weapon damage. So you know what this is about. It's just an extra blue core. And so notice I'm not running too much armor with this. I got 1.4 here, which is really 1.5. It's just not maxed out, which I'll do in the end. But that's enough. We tested this with Bellstone here, and we decided this was the way to go. Originally, I had a red Bellstone here and a blue Bellstone here. I tried both, but more damage trade-off. And then we added some armor down here with skill damage. It just worked out, balanced out really nicely. So it's a very balanced build. So oh yeah, we were gonna look at the drops. Sorry, I forgot about that. Okay, so apparently it comes straight in. So here is the beanie cap. This was a special one, so you might not get this one. It had to do with yesterday. So from what I could tell, from what I could read about how the drops work. And then the t-shirt is this. It's not the chest piece, so don't be confused about that. Let me take that off for you. Appearance, making it look like I have an appearance mod, but I don't. Let me take this off and put it back on. Yeah, I don't have an appearance mod, so that's the t-shirt basically. So Tour 2005. It's like a rocker shirt. So anyways, I like the sleeve kind of though. And then what else we got? That's all I've earned so far. Let's see. Oh, I got the gloves. So there's the gloves. Let's get them on. Got 2 firewall gloves. That's weird. Maybe that's the glitch, but I don't. They should be right there at the top, right? I've claimed the gloves. Yeah, I'm not seeing why. I don't know why I don't have the gloves. They just probably haven't made it over, or they're bugged. I'm looking to see if they've popped down here. It's weird that I have double gloves here. So these are the survivalists. These are the sharpshooter. These are the ones you're not supposed to have that I earned before, which are pretty cool. The chopping hell gloves. These might be the gloves. Let me see what they look like. I don't have a picture of them elsewhere. It's too small, the icon on Twitch. I can't really look at it. I don't know, but I don't think I got them. I feel like they should say metal or something like that, you know? Yeah, so the gloves aren't there. Because it says metalhead. It should say metalhead gloves. And I don't have anything else yet. I'm still working towards the others. So I need boots and shorts. The boots are short. The boots are okay. I mean, they look like stuff that we've already had, you know. So the boots are gonna look kind of like these, you know. They kind of look like the hyena boots. But yeah, whatever. It's free. Whatever. Let me, speaking of that, let's change my pants. You don't want to be a metalhead rocking police pants, do you? You should be wearing duct tape pants. Yeah, that's all right. Soul Reaper, it's a, you know, it's a really good question. He says, hey, Tux, how long did it take you to completely understand how builds work? Well, you know, I don't completely understand how builds work. You know, I think it's an ongoing evolution. You know, it really is. And I know that's probably not the answer you're looking to hear, but I'll elaborate. The reality is that some people have tried to come into this game and write a book or create a spreadsheet that gives that it basically try to simplify it down to saying that there's an ultimate formula for this game and this is it. And so I'm gonna write a book and explain it to you and break it down. No way. There's so many inconsistencies and changes, you know what I mean, that there's absolutely no way to write a book on how to build, or for me to create a class on how to build. You know, that's why I've decided not to, because then I'd had not to do it, because then I would just have to go back and update it like every other month, because there's always an asterisk or a change. Like an example is Sledgehammer. So Sledgehammer is a totally, I don't have it right now, but it's a totally different damage that we've never seen before. And that was brought to us recently. And it works like this in this situation, it works like that in that situation, and it's gonna give you a number that's gonna make it look like it's applying damage to armor, but it's really damage to, you know, and it doesn't say amplified damage, but it really is amplified damage. I mean, it's like, holy shit. You know what I mean? That's just like, you know. But it's you know, appreciate you, Deciel. And so, but either way, the basics, you just need to know. There's an evolution to it. So the basics you got to get down. You know, the basic stats are really important. You know, crit chance and crit damage. What's multiplicative and what's not multiplicative. I mean, you get that down, you're good. You know, and then from there, you got to understand. You got to figure it out, and this is a little bit subjective, but you know, you got to understand what's important to the build or to your gameplay style. You got to develop a gameplay style. Number one, figure out which kind of player you are, aggressive or passive, to get started. You know, which one you're going to be. And then basically understanding time to kill, and that everything in this game, the most important part about this game, everything relates to time. You know, it really does. Everything relates to time. Time to kill, time to heal, time to clear content. It's all time. Everything is time, not damage. It's nothing to do with damage, right? It's time. So that's why damage matters, because damage helps us as kill faster, which means more survivability, which means also that we're clearing content faster. So it's all related to time. And so time to heal, time to kill. And so once you realize that, that's the most important tip to becoming a master, right? And the rest is just understanding synergies and to pay attention, you know, to and that's the biggest mistake a lot of people don't do is they're not watching their own gameplay. Why is there drones coming in here attacking me? Can anybody explain that? So, and just looking at your meter and paying attention to like if it's actually working or not by how much it's active, right? Anyways, but understanding that the elements of time to kill, and that being one of the most important things to a build, really helps out a lot, I think. And so some people learn time to kill and then they kind of cut off on the idea of, they cut themselves off short and just decide that, oh, fast time to kill, that's all that it's about, you know? And it's just like you kind of selling yourself short because you can make such better builds if you understand the concept of an optimal time to kill, right? And if you can open your mind to the idea of diminishing returns, and that in some cases more damage is going to make your build inefficient because that damage isn't adding a significant time to kill, you know. And if you can accept that, which some people can't, okay? So some people can, they stop there. But some people are just, they live by there's no such thing as too much damage, right? And that's it. Because and they believe that because the NPCs are so strong, right? But it's like, but you added more damage and your time to kill didn't improve, right? You think it did because you went to the testing range and you saw your time to kill. I mean, you saw a larger number, and so you just assumed that, you know, oh, that's better for time to kill, right? Oh, I didn't see this guy. So you saw bigger numbers in the testing range. It's like, oh, that means I got a faster time to kill. This is the best build in the game. But it's like, yeah, so you got a bigger number, but what does that mean? You know, put it into context. How much, what does it mean to you? How much time to kill did you get? You know, and once you realize you did, it was fractions of a second, then you might say to yourself, oh, that's not worth it. And then you start opening up your builds to greater possibilities, right? You're like, oh, well, so 0.000005 seconds isn't worth it. So maybe I'll put on 10% more armor on kill, or maybe I'll put on bonus armor instead, or, you know, stuff like that, right? I want this red guy to shoot at us here. Notice how she's rarely shooting at me. What was that? Something exploded. Oh, it was our weak point. War Machine! Haha! I like that name. That reminds me of the Brad Pitt movie. I'm a war machine. A little bit of Cheech and Chong. Remember I don't know if you guys ever watched his Up in Smoke movies. Cheech and Chong used to be funny. He got real serious on this, didn't he? Then he started going into these like family roles. There we go. Do you see? So what I want you to pay attention to with the Deflector shield in your own gameplay, I've created quite a few builds with these. I've used Foundry for it. Foundry's pretty fun if you want to add survivability. I've also run like max protection from elites all the way to the tippity top. Catharsis Mask works with it too really well. It's a good one. Excuse me. But what I want you to pay attention to is, ooh, hey buddy. How often people are actually shooting at your shield, you know? And one of the ways to tell is, because sometimes it looks like, and sometimes they will be shooting at your shield, partially, but you can tell because your damage starts going down when you got an elite standing in front of you. And so that's one thing to notice, and that's why we run some degree of protection from elites, because elites is really wham on your head, and you can't always take too much damage. But pay attention to that, and then sometimes they won't shoot at all, right? So see this? So if they're not shooting at your shield at all, Well, somebody else is right now, right? So if they're not shooting at your shield at all, so my point is this. Let me just jump to it. They gotta don't run too much skill damage onto your build, because there's so many times when they're not shooting at your skill. Like this guy's gonna hardly shoot at my skill, right? Now I could change elevation to influence that a little bit, but at some point, sometimes they just stop shooting. But like she's mostly shooting at my head. Now because she went sub elevation there, she can't help it, you know. But she's usually welling just on my head, right? So he put quite a few shots in my head. You couldn't tell because I was healing through it, right? So your best defense, I'm going to show it to you, is to stagger him. See that? And so the staggering, you'll notice, is what stops these guys. So he's shooting at my head. But as long as I put one bullet in his head, he'll stop shooting at my head. And so one thing you want to do is use the red enemies to kill your elites. So he's actually applying damage to me. So I know it looks like he's shooting my shield, and some pellets are. But look at my health, right? Now, luckily, I'm healing through it. And I got protection from elites. And so that's why it's not doing much damage. But the reality is he's actually shooting me. And so he's not really shooting my shield. He just has a little has that shotgun. So you got to pay attention to those details and build around that. Build around the idea or the knowledge of they're not shooting at your shield very often. And so if you know that, then you realize that by fully speccing into the shield as your sole source of damage or your primary source of damage, that's going to significantly decrease your time to clear, your time to kill, and ultimately your survivability. So it's pistol first, tank second, skill third. That's the order. And so right now I'm using that turret to wail on his master. So I think I am, but now it's, there you go. So these builds are really fun. I don't think they're the most efficient builds for the Division 2, and I'm talking about the Deflector, because the time to clear is just, I mean, way faster if you just put out a turret and drone. You know what I mean? You just clear things way faster, and you have way more survivability and all that stuff. Or go into a headhunter chain killer pistol build, right? And do that. It's even easier. But they're fun and definitely add some variety to your gameplay, and that's why I like them. What up, Jaco? What's up, bro? Glad we're catching ya. What is it? You're about 7 hours ahead, so 8, 9, 10, 11, about 11 o'clock your time. They appreciate you swinging by, man. So, really fun. What up, Digital Dog? Digi Dog? All right, let's see.
Old woman. Not anymore.
Stick together. Oh, really, Anna? That's weird.
Hostiles guarding the
Does it, maybe it's just a visual glitch, it still works?
I'll keep an eye on you. How did it run out already?
Oh, that's so cool. Is that it? Is it just visually an electric shield? Is what you're saying? What's up? Come on, big bear. What's up? Look at me. He's got no arms. You seen that? I got no arms. I got no arms. His arms were disappearing when he was punching me. Yeah, so there's a bunch of ways to run this. Now, one of them is you got the claws out holster. If you've purchased that, it's an interesting choice. But I realized that, so this is my claws out run on the left. Okay, so you get skill damage with that, and you get armor, and you get a pistol damage and more skill damage. I kind of go back and forth with it. But if you go Picaro's holster, you get the free armor core with you get your 15% weapon damage instead of the 10% pistol damage. However, if you go to the Wyvern, you're gonna pick up to 20%, skill damage. So I kind of go back and forth. Do I want the 6% extra weapon damage plus the headshot damage? Let's really, the difference is the skill haste or 10% skill damage. That's really it. So do you want the 10% skill damage or the 6% weapon damage? And I choose the 6% weapon damage. The melee doesn't matter. Oh, right on. Is that it? Thanks for helping her out. Anna, hopefully you see that comment. So riot foam is your biggest enemy, and your shield can break, so keep that in mind. So I like this turret. Don't like the foam guy. So I'm gonna use that turret to take out this guy if I can get it to shoot. Oh, there's another turret over there. Okay, we're not. That's not going well. It's not going well. They had an angle on me. Let's pick that back up here. It's not going well. King Baker, what's up, man? Good to see you back. I'm doing good, bro. I'm pumped. We're all pumped, man. We're high on Division Year 5 details. If anybody missed that, I got the wrap up there pinned in the chat. Just check that out. It's all in a tight little package. I broke it down for you as quick as I could. But yeah, I think hands down from what I could see is like most people's excitement come around the new DLC, which is going to be at the back half of this year. Really, I think it's full 4 quarters starting in June, really. So that takes us really to year quarter 1 of next year is when it's gonna come out. So anyways, new DLC, that's big. New end game structure, like what? We don't even know what that means yet, but Could be scary, could be bad, could be good. They could be fixing everything we hate about the game, whatever those details are. But I'm sure it's going to be about, this is what I think it's going to be about, okay? So new DLC, end game structure, this is what I think it's going to be about. I think it's going to be about a simplification. I think they want to make the game more inviting, okay? So that more casual players enter the game. Because the problem is, and this is why the community is so toxic, is that the player base is not a very casual player base. And so everybody thinks that they're pros, and then they get really, and everybody is a pro, I'm not saying they're not, but they get really egotistical about what's right and wrong to do in this game, and it gets toxic, and then nobody wants to play, right? It's uninviting. It's uninviting when you say, you're stupid because you're running your build this way. Or let me review your build, your countdown build or your legendary build, and make you feel stupid for running it that way. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's, I mean, there's always smart builds and not smart builds in every game, but you shouldn't, there should be a basic build that you can just put on, and there shouldn't be any element that makes you feel stupid. Like, you know what I mean? Like Call of Duty doesn't really have that. Like, if you ever noticed, I'm not saying Call of Duty is like the god of games or anything like that, but you know, you launch the game, you put on whatever mod that you feel like running, and you're good to go. Nobody's calling you stupid. Can you put the most more efficient loadout together? Absolutely. You know what I mean? And you'll be more efficient. Maybe it'll help you, but it's so individualized that, you know, it doesn't get too snobby. People aren't saying your build's trash, bro. You know, or maybe they are, but I don't see a lot of that. But anyways, so I think they're gonna make the game more inviting for casual players, you know? And then I think they're gonna diversify things. So like, if you pay attention to what's happening even now, kind of what I'm thinking when it comes to these, the new gear sets and status effects, is that they want to stop making it about power, all about power, right? Are you guys noticing that? And so I think that's what the status effects are about. They're trying to say, because they don't want, they want to minimize what you call like damage creep, you know, kind of thing, where we kind of get to this point that we're so strong that they're gonna have to rebalance the enemies again, or nerf us, or come out with a new gear and change all the difficulty. And so the way that they're doing that is like, let's make the game harder by putting in more status effects, right? And now the agents have to mitigate the status effects instead of it just being about damage, you know? See, my focus is on the yellow guy. Notice that? Because the non-elites can't help it. They're just gonna have to shoot me. But look at my shield. So when you take too much damage to your shield, it actually takes damage, even though it's deflecting, right? That's why you need a good time to kill. That's why time to kill matters, because your shield can actually break. Ripper Hawk. So I'm thinking that they're, you know, so I'm thinking they're gonna make the game more casual, and that's like what the descent mode is. That's going towards more casual. Countdown is more casual, you know. So I think they're gonna gear sets make it more casual, just so you know, right? So before we didn't have gear sets, or we had limited gear sets, but we had to use high-end gear and piece together our builds that were complicated, right? And now it's pretty simple. Just run 4-piece Heartbreaker if you don't know what else to do, and you're rocking, man. You're rocking. You know, you don't have to get creative. You know, you can jump in the game, put on 4-piece Heartbreaker or Striker, and just go for it. You know what I mean? And once you got that on, you can't really make any mistakes. Even if you put something stupid on your backpack, right? If you put on something like Empathetic Resolve and Skilled, and you weren't running any skills, whatever, it wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't matter, because you got so much damage, you're beyond the effective time to kill with just by running the set. And that's why you see people able to put on things like Preservation, because they can. That's why you see them running critical or fast hands, because they can, because the damage is beyond effective. And so that's where people are snobby and they say, oh, if you're not running obliterate, you're a joke. If you're running measured, you're a joke. Your build's trash. But it's like, not really. I'm running 4-piece Heartbreaker and I got all the damage I can dream of. My time to kill is legit, you know? And my bonus armor is way legit, right? Like I got so much survivability. I'm a god in the game. You know what I mean? So if I want to run measured over Optimus, then cool, man. You know? Stop calling me trash. Stop calling me trash, bruh. So that's what I'm saying. And so that's why it's kind of all nonsense. It really is nonsense. You should, you know. The hate is nonsense, you know. It's more ego than anything, you know. It's people that are over there. They're believing too much into paper figures instead of how the game actually operates, right? It's like nothing works in a perfect vacuum like the testing range or the paper numbers, you know what I mean? Like out in the real world, I don't have 100% accuracy and my target moves and you know what I mean? I reload all the time, so I never see the back half of my mag like Optimus. And you know what I mean? So it's like, and so that's one of the builds I'm trying to make is like, I got a 6-piece 511 build for you guys. Yup. 6-piece 511. So if you know, if you're a build snob, you're gonna hate me, bro. You're gonna hate me when I put that thing on. I'm trying to perfect it right now and it's taking forever because for some reason 511 does not want to drop for me unless I'm not looking for it. And the game knows I'm looking for it. So the stagger is the most important part of this build, which is weapon choice. And then from there, it's time to kill. And then the heals. And then the protection from elites. In that order. But if I wasn't staggering, these guys would cut me to pieces. But I'm stopping them from shooting. You seen that? So that's the biggest, and it's not that hard. All the weapons that you want to use have stagger capabilities. So the Liberty is a great one. Liberty even kills better than the D50. It's easier to handle. It's got better handling and RPMs, and it's got a higher base damage. So you could totally run that. The Regulus works awesome, of course. I like, actually on the Deflector builds, I do prefer the D50 variant over the Regulus. I like having my talent to choose from too, and in this case I got the preservation thing going. Should we melee some people and show you guys what really happens? Okay, let's start meleeing some people, okay? So he meleeed me too, all right? He tried to melee me again. I'm not running any melee damage, but what I want to show you is what happens when you get inside melee range. So he tried to melee me, and he meleeed me again, right? Now my melee is just not going to do shit for damage, and I don't think even if I had a melee there it would. But usually it's a time break, okay? When you're meleeing, you're not shooting. You know what I mean? When you're meleeing, you're not shooting, and it's like...
Let's do this.
And if I took my shield away, their behavior is gonna act different, okay? Because they don't like the deflector shield.
Damn agent won't die.
Okay, we got the boss on that fucking thing. We gotta get. Oh, of course you can shoot him around that fucking corner. I knew I was hugging the wall. All right, let's go get him. We'll get some more guys in melee in a minute. I just don't like him on that turret. Fucking bum guy. So she should probably be shooting at my head almost always. She'll get a couple of bullets on the shield. Yeah, so those were both bullet shots. I mean, face shots.
I got your division right here.
So if you wait for her to use your shield, it's gonna take an hour, right? So she's getting all headshots. And so it's just like, this is why like you don't want to overspec into your shield.
Shit.
So she got one bullet to reflect. There's one more, a couple more, but not very many. She's mostly shooting me. I'm just happen to be healing through it. So it's just so much faster just to kill her with your weapon. End of lesson. End of lesson. Tux us up for the day. Double tap. Yeah, so the deflector shield is sick though. I do like it. I've always liked this skill. I mean, I wish it was more useful for more gameplay. I mean, we could take it in the legendary and I'll show you how useful it's not. You know what I mean? And I know some people use it in legendary, but it's just, I just don't recommend it. Mostly because of the explosives, but it's not really exciting. This guy looks like he can zombie back up, so we'll double tap him. Get more XP that way. Yeah, that perfect, is you liking that perfect Galvanize there? Perfect Galvanize is sick, huh? I'm excited about that. I really am. I think that's gonna be cool, man. Perfect Galvanize is the one. That and the assault rifle, and they pair up together. I like that. I like that. And you know, Galvanize is so nice because it helps you and your allies. Like, that's perfect, right? Because I'm kind of selfish. I mean, I got my troop, I got my team buff builds and whatever, but like, you know, I want my cake and eat it too. I don't know time to worry about you. Oh, you like spike on the pistol? Yeah, that's a great idea too. Yeah. I just wanted to get the heals on the stronger side. Yeah, there's so many ways to run it. Foundry is a really nice one too. Like you can go like manage a foundry with blues and reds. You know, get some crits on there. You could also add a Golan actually. Get that status effects to last longer too, which is in the turn more heals. But again, time to kill is pretty important on this. You don't want them alive too much. Don't make me, nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. So again, riot foam is your biggest threat because then they can encircle you. Ugh, that melee hurt. Look at that. Sucker.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
What was that? Sometimes you can get mesmerized by your own deflections and just kind of like not be shooting. Beware of that. That's the skill debuffing you. What's up there? That guy? Fuck. Distance is not your friend either. So don't let those guys well on you for distance because they are taking damage. I mean, they are damaging your shield even if they're not hitting you, and you're not damaging them back. And then your biggest weakness, of course, is your back, so we don't like to get anybody back there. See how so that's perfectly wicked back there. They all got the bleed. We love that. So I use the non-elites to kill the elites too, if you can. If you got that option, do it. So I'm using all that, but my goal is to use their damage to hurt the boss. Oh, I just lost my shield. She blew up. Didn't think that was gonna happen. Little skill haste is nice for that too, which we have.
Serious trauma detected.
Gonna kill you.
You're healing nicely, right? I'm tempted to run Gunner too. That's the test we got to run, you know, because the Gunner would give us a 10% armor and kill. Instead of 10% protection from elites. What do you guys think?
Incoming hostiles detected.
You got it, King Baker. I'm glad it's working, man. I didn't get my gloves. It's weird. The gloves are kind of glitching out for me. So I claimed the gloves and they're still showing up as a thing to earn. They're not in my stash. Maybe sometimes you gotta log out and log back in to see that stuff. You run with Gunner? Yeah, I'm curious to see if I like that better. And there's also Technician for the skill damage. And so the question is, do we really need that extra 10% protection from elites, or are we good to go? You know, if we decide to run Gunner instead, or Technician, I should say, we could run the Artificer, which actually will power up the skill. But the repair drone is kind of nice, but I do have preservation. So we're triangulated, so that's why time to kill is important, because you find yourself in that situation a lot, right? The enemies are pretty good at flanking you. So he's getting me. And it doesn't work with Headhunter, otherwise I'd be running it. So you know. Yeah, Headhunter, it consumes your Headhunter, and 9 out of 10 times it does nothing for you. Yeah, the Memento, I know. The Memento's also really good with this, just flat out. You got lots of options on the exotics, don't you guys? Like, you got the Memento, You got Ridgeway's Pride and the Catharsis all working really good with this. And you could even run the waveform, right? You could run the waveform with an attack drone, and that'll keep people off of your head. And they do a good job at damaging me, so that's why I found the heals to be one of the most important elements on the build. So that's why I'm going with Ridgeway's Pride here. But the Memento does a pretty good job too, because you pick up bonus armor. So it's similar but different. But the reason why I'm going with this one is because it was actually came out of a Ridgeway's Pride build lab. So we want that medic, but he's running. Fucker. So if we stand here too long without killing anybody, they will eventually break your shield. See how I'm trying to get a better angle on them and keeping them close together so that I get that creeping death. And then she's actually my biggest target because she's the one that is very sneaky. And I'm not shooting as much as I like to because I'm mostly making sure I don't get surrounded. There we go. So it's mostly about surviving that barrage because they were trying to work. They were working me, man. They were trying to get that angle, you know. They were splitting up. But as long as we got the health, I'm happy. Hey, is that it? Are you still out there? Do you have the ability to record? Pound of Flesh might try to do it for me too. He said he might help me out if he can figure it out technically. But if anybody's recording and wants to show off some of the stuff they're doing, feel free to send it to me. You can reach out to Latina on Discord if you don't know how to do that. If you run OBS, then you can just hit the record button. You could also upload it on YouTube as a private video and then just send me the link and I can download it. I have the ability to download. So. There's the shock. Hey, that's right. There's that shock. So we could maybe try to, right? It's not a skill shock though. But for the shock immunity thing, you know, there's one. Forgot about that one. I'm getting wailed on. That riot foam is not helping. Fucking riot foam guy. Keeps getting me. That turret. Oof. We got into a serious street fight, didn't we? See, the elevated position of that turret is kicking my ass. That's what's getting me. Oof. You put it on top of that fucking car. It's like they just got smart, man. It's got real smart. Have to take it out. I wanted to keep it alive because I couldn't use it as my weapon. So yeah, the staggering. Died mid-jump. Oh, there's another wave. They just keep coming. So you always got this one jerk in the back, huh? That's why we get so out of Because with the shield strategy, you just can't let anybody behind you, especially at distance, right? Yeah, it's worse for them to be shooting behind you at distance because you don't have the range to get them. Another medic. Let's go get that guy. Jump. He could jump over that, but I can't. Fuck that. The hell? They're everywhere. Yeah, that's the trick. I'll explain that, Susie. That's the trick. That's what we're basically showcasing a synergy, and I call it the my original build of this was called the Captain America build. Created it about a year ago or two, and so it's a newer version of it. And I've basically kind of evolved my way of thinking around this shield, so it's this new build kind of reflects that. But I've maintained the same synergy. And the synergy is, when it comes to the bleed, is the Ridgeway's Pride is activated by the Deflector shield. So the Ridgeway Pride, you know, you got the 15 meters thing, but you know, you can have up to 50% regen, and that's really a lot of our survivability. And then I'm using the preservation, because we're always going for headshots, to give me big jumps and heals, because as you can see, it can get pretty dangerous out there. And so the deflector shield, so even if you don't shoot at all, those bullets deflected will be counted as Ridgeway's Pride bleed deflection. And so it's bleeding the enemies, which is in turn damaging the enemies and healing you. And so you can run, if you want more damage here, which you could totally do, you can run Sadist also and get more damage, but we're balancing the build out. And so I think one of the things we want to try next before we move on is to basically try a different talent. Ooh, there's a good one too. Status effects makes your bleed last longer, and it's got headshot damage. We could actually put a red core there on that one. Look at that. We just got that. Let's mark that. So status effects will elongate that bleed, right? But perfect creeping, and then we're using the other synergy, which is perfect creeping death, and that is spreading it to everybody else, I guess, within 10 meters, I guess is what we want to say. So one of the things I want to look at is like, so we're running survivalist because it's giving us 10% protection from elites, but we could also run gunner and get 10% armor on kill, and that could help against the non-elites too. I don't know if I like it better, but we could also run technician and put the artificer to get more damage, duration, and heals to our shield. But I think the shield is okay. And then we'd lose our repair drone, which I do like that, contributing to our heals, because not on top of the bleed and on top of the preservation. But we don't necessarily need that, so all of those are options, you know. So let's try gunner first and then see where we go. Yeah, I don't know if the exclamation mark command is working GB 1972. It wasn't sending me any feedback. Let me get it. That's a Twitch command there, right? I can send you that link there. Let me show you this build real quick. And then actually, yeah, the Ridgeway's Pride chest piece you can get from the quest from the summit. Once you unlock it, then it'll drop in the open world too, or through caches. Yeah, so Headhunter Determined, I love it. Definitely still recommending it even after 17.2. And we've been testing the last couple of days. It's still a go. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, Reaper. I just don't know why sometimes it doesn't work, that eye drops thing. It's not the first time it's done that. One of the other drops season was on a different time, wasn't doing it either. It's weird. Okay, so Survivalist. So the reason why we were running it was basically just for this. No, this one. Increased protection from elites. So I want to try Gunner next, and we just need to make sure we have pistols to do that. So let's take off SMGs and put pistols. And then see if that adds or takes away more survivability. So now that's 30% armor on kill as long as we get a headshot, right? So we got, this is going to give us 20, and then that's going to give us 10. Now, the win, okay? This is the win. The win is if we feel like we have too much, and I might even go like this up front, is taking off Preservation and putting on Wicked, right? Not Wicked, Sadist. Sadist. So by getting rid of 10% protection from elites, gives us 10% armor on kill, which allows us to put out more damage. And actually, let's just start with that. So let's change this instead of Preservation, which I like, but this is what this opens it up to. We can run Sadist and get 20% damage to bleeding enemies. Now you can run Perfect Sadist if you decide to run the named D50, but it's actually a weaker D50. And so you're losing some for the Perfect Talent, where you rather have the weapon working stronger without the talent than it's only stronger with the talent. Okay, so let's see what kind of gear we got going on here. Nothing. So every sick of those. All right. Just to let you guys see this for a quick second here. So you can see the changes I made. So basically just the specialization and the weapon talent. So let me show you the weapon talent. Sadist. And notice I'm running stability on that D50. It needs everything you can get. Yeah, so it looks like they're not extending X Defiant. You guys seen that? I thought they were gonna extend X Defiant. Gotta get a little bit more playtime with that. At least 1 or 2 days. Okay, sorry about that. Just making sure I'm not missing out on an update real quick. Almost done. Just 1 second here. Things are happening so fast nowadays, you know. It's good, but make sure I get things out timely. Ghost, cool. Did you get your gloves? I'm sure you did, but for some reason my gloves have been funky monkeys. I don't want to. I'm not sweating it, but I'm guessing I have to probably log out and log back in. You know, usual stuff, right? So, oh, they show up as firewall. Okay, then I do have them. So, do they look just like the firewall gloves then? Because yeah, I don't know which ones are them then. Probably this one. All right, whatever. Cool. All right. So hopefully this works. I like the idea of this one better. Preservation's pretty good because it doubles the armor and kills, so there's that. But, you know, with Ridge Race Pride, I'm thinking got a lot of heals going. Let's make that damage, that time to kill even faster. And it's, you know, multiplicative damage on bleed is nice. It's a good another synergy.
Hostile control point identified.
So let's test it.
Get round that shit, goddammit! It's got too much armor! You want this?
Ooh, 2.294 on crit. I like it. I think this is going to be a nice little killer. Killer! Okay, the explosions are not going to be our friend. And neither is this helmet guy. Yeah, explosions bust that shield fast. Oh, I'm fucking stuck. Oh, that was hardcore. Man, right? Oh, they punished me. They were like, how dare you? Yeah, with explosion guys, you just, you know, better off not. I mean, one shot and your shield is broken. Right on, Ghost. You know you can run the Regulus with an all blue build and still get your one-shot head kill, right? You should try that. All blue. I mean all blue. And still one-shot kill. And blow everybody up. People miss out on that. You only need 10 million in damage to do it. Try with Hunter's Fury. Well, you only have 2 bosses per control point, right? And so if it takes 2 shots to kill the boss, let's try to get up there in that squishy area.
En route.
Trying to get these rifle guys out my way. See, they're preventing me from climbing. You know, wail on me as a... Yeah, it's not going well. Bad position. Let me kill myself. 2 in a row.
Civilians in distress.
God, they're in random places. That's what sucks about dying. It's like the enemy, we come back and the enemies are like in weird, they all spread it out to weird spots. You lose control over the corralling of your sheep, you know?
Get the hell. I'll kill you. Enemy.
Come on. Get over that hump.
Civilians in danger.
Sometimes I'm like doing something else while I'm trying to move my character. You could tell probably on your end. It's like, why is he running into walls? I'm multitasking. The character doesn't like it. I think there was that video game like called Gamer. You remember that old? It's an old one, I think. Where like there was a human controlling you, and you were the character in a video game, and I think it was like a prison sentence kind of thing. I think that was Gamer, wasn't it? All right, let's get our bearings. Yeah, I like the way this hits.
Taking a lot of fire here. Bullets are bouncing right off.
You know what I wish? I wish that opportunistic worked with pistols, and I feel like it should, you know?
Oh, they got a shield.
I was hurting. Whose turret is that? Who's alive? Oh, he jumped down. Give me that heal.
Get the hell back.
Come here. God, I'm missing so many shots up there.
Let's get a turret up.
See how he's not shooting at me? And it's not always a good thing, right? Like he just sits staring at me with the shotgun. Not because of the stagger yet either. It's kind of annoying. Because if they were more consistent at shooting at you, then I would definitely roll into more skill damage. They just don't shoot at you.
You're dead.
Oh my god. See, that's a D50 right there for you. Like, it swings like a pendulum. The bullets are going left, right, left, right. And so a little bit of weapon handling helps. And I stripped some off for skill damage, but I don't know.
Hostiles detected.
Sometimes it's me too. I'm just pulling the trigger, being lazy. Two foamers, huh? See what I'm talking about? I swear the devs are adding more status effects into the game.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Enough with the status effects. Fuck. Enough of that, huh?
Think we're helpless, huh?
Like it's wrong.
Got you covered. Move out.
See how they move out like that? That fucks you. Because I can't let this rifleman guy stay behind me, right? Smashed him. It's an interesting trade. It's a tough call, you know? Preservation, no preservation. We could put on preservation and we get to the godlier side of things when it comes to heals.
Civilians in distress.
You back. This is it.
I mean, we're doing all right, but on some instances, they're a little bit on the fence.
This was mine.
I'm just not sure if preservation is going to change that or not.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Good as new. He's healing.
Move out.
I like this version, I guess. It's a tough call. Because I'm thinking, like, would preservation be the thing that saves me from those scarier situations? I mean, that would give us basically an additional 20 for a total of 30% armor on kill. And it feels pretty good to have that kind of armor on kill too. It's like it's a security blanket, you know? Nice and cozy, warm and fuzzy. Oh, I love the White Death. I'll see what your question is. Hold on a second. Let me just get these last dudes out of my way. Come here, dude. I think I got... Probably have to do one more control point test on this version. So I don't think the shield needs heals. It's just too rare for it to get vulnerable because our time to kill is good. But the Artificer would give it strength too. But again, that goes back to... So I'm thinking about going Technician. That goes back to like, well, where are you going to roll? Your shield or your pistol and your armor? And again, I think it's still... Even if I wanted to balance it back out, I think it's still better to go with either Gunner or Survivalist. But probably Gunner is the better. I'm thinking it probably is. It just gives me more options because I could still go. Oh, I'm stuck. See, I could still go preservation on the pistol. That's where it is. If I don't feel basically this, if I don't feel like I have enough survivability, that's the change. You know, I could. And as a matter of fact, what this probably allows me to do, because we run that particular one, we could talent, which is so since we're running Sadist, what I'm thinking is like we could actually run that armor core back that we took off here, you know, and we could even run Bellstone because we picked up so much damage. It feels pretty darn good, you know. So I'm thinking like if I have that Providence, I mean, I could run a Bellstone like that. but I would rather go damage here. Providence blue. Let's do that. No, I want to go all blues. All blues with Providence. That's what I want to do. Okay, hold on. This would be cool. This would be cool. I think this is a good change. Good balance now. Add a little more survivability, add a little more damage. So there's a Providence blue, and then we'll put this to the protection from elites. Blue with headshot damage. That's fine. I think that's the only one I have in here. That's fine. It's got armor regen, and so we lose a little bit of skill damage just because of the pieces that I have. I could pick that up if I farmed it out, I guess it looks like. All right, but now we got full blue cores except for the one of red, and we're basically going to be stronger. So that's cool, you know, because we were doing a pretty good job there. So, no, not that one. Nope, not that one. Not you. Not that one either. Don't make me go to my search thing. Okay, that one. Good. There. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You see what I did? So we put our, by moving preservation off the pistol and onto the specialization, which is half, I get it, but we're stronger by 20% amplified or multiplied damage. And then that allowed me to take off the armor core and to take off a red core, put that to blue. So we get more defense there, even though we lost 10% armor on kill, which I would rather have, sure, but I'm stronger. So, and time to kill again means you're taking less damage. So it's a good trade. It's a really good trade. It's rebalance out, and I think it's for the positive, I guess what I'm trying to say. Get rid of some of this crap. Closer to perfection. Perfection. Okay, so what is Mike saying? So I have a boomerang, flatline, in sync, and determine M1A, and I switch between them depending on the build. If I had to choose one, though, it would probably be Ranger. Ranger is amp damage, which is true. Even better. Would love to hear Texas' opinion. I know he swears by the White Death. What are you using it for? Are you using it to... The White Death and M1A are... Oh, you're talking about this M1A? Oh, gotcha. Which this is the... Or you're talking about the rifle M1A. The classic M1A. Either way, I'm not a big fan of Ranger, Mike. I'm not a big fan of Ranger. I do have it on this one here for because it dropped like that. But I don't like the variable nature of it, but on legendary content is basically where I would use it if I were to use it. And I do like it on the ACRE because it's a very stable weapon and you don't miss. On snipers, if you're one-shot killing, if that's what you're into, you don't need Ranger. And that's why nobody really runs it. You know, okay, for MMR, gotcha. So if you're looking at the MMRs, Mike, like nobody, if you notice, nobody really uses Ranger on MMRs because like there's wasted damage on snipers, right? And so it's all kind of vanity. And so, you know, and even in legendary, I mean, I think I got my stats up. Let me look here. Let me change this image real quick. This is season year 5, by the way. Let me add another image for you here. Let's see, damage. This is I should just keep this always saved because it's really important. Desktop. Here we go. Give me seconds to take a sec. Find this picture. Here it is. Blow that bad boy up. Okay, so it'll take you kind of a second to get orientated for this, but around this. But I show this a lot. But so the 4-man. So at the very bottom, the scaling, right? And so you can see the legendary. So an elite costs you basically, let's just call it 15 million in legendary solo, right? And so when you're in a and so there's you're not going to get there unless you use a headhunter stack to get there. But you're never going to, even with Ranger, you're not going to get 15 million on your first shot out. Not even with the Nemesis. The Nemesis won't do it. The only thing that can possibly do it on a solo legendary, and we're talking about the elite legendary elite. The only thing that can one shot an elite solo is probably the Regulus on a holster, the Dodge City holster. That's probably the only thing that could do it. The Nemesis won't even hit 15 million. So Ranger's definitely not going to hit 15 million because the enemy would have to not only be basically 99 meters or whatever, over 80, whatever it is, 85, but you'd have to be peeked out. And even then, the weapon damage, base damage isn't going to do it for you. You could only do it on a chain kill. At that point, chain killer's damage kicks in, and any damage on your build is now muted. It's muted because chain killer is so strong that it's 1,250% cap, or it's 150% increase, or 125% increase from its last headshot blow. It's so strong that it doesn't matter if you're running Vigilance, it doesn't matter if you're running the Sawyer's knee pads, it doesn't matter if you're running Ranger. Headhunter's damage takes over, and you'll still see tiny increases in damage. So you damage on chain kill, even when you're peaked out, you'll still see tiny increases in damage because of total weapon damage multipliers and stuff like that kicking in. But it's extremely unnecessary to run it. So where you really need to know is when you're building your sniper build is 10, 15, 18, basically 10, 15, 18, and 25 million. Those are the numbers you need to remember. So if you're not hitting 10 million, so the minimum you need to get to is 10 million, right? And you can make a lot of builds. A lot of builds can one shot at 10 million. So that's good. And now you're taking out heroic elites, right? In order to take out heroic named bosses, as you can see, if you go into heroic and then under named, you got to hit 18 million. So great. The next level up from that is 25 million, right? So if you're hitting at 20 million, let's just say named heroics, let's just call that 20 million. Named heroics at 20 million. If you're hitting that, that means you're also taking out legendary elites, right? But you can't do that on your first shot out of cover. It's got to be a stack on Headhunter. So it's only a chain kill. If you're already chain killing, then you don't, again, your weapon damage talent is not adding to that. It's all Headhunter from there, right? So your build only needs to be able to do 10 million. Headhunter kicks in from there and can push you up to 60 million, 90 million, 120 million. Waste. Even in a 4-man group, the max damage you need to hit is 25 million unless you're trying to one-shot aggro at the end. But in order to do that, you need a play. You need overcharge, you need an Achilles pulse, you need a the tactician drone, you need all sorts of shit going for you, or whatever. There's those plays, and we're talking less than 1% of people that even bother or care to do that. So 25 million is your max damage. Now, I love to shoot chungas. I love to kill chungas with my sniper. Unless you hit that magic spot, which you really don't want to do, it's always two-shotting chungas. I don't care if you're hitting at 60 million or not. I don't care if you're hitting at 25 million. It's always two-shotting chungas. It takes 18 million to break the helmet, 10 million to kill the chunga solo, and about 12 million if you're in a group, right? It's always two shots. Always two shots on a chunga. So you don't need 60 million. Nobody could take it. A helmeted guy, you got to break his helmet first. That's going to cost you 15, 18 million, depending on what level you're playing on, whatever. So Ranger is a complete waste, unfortunately, even though it looks nice, and I get it is amplified damage. I guess, I'm sorry, Mike, about the ads. So, but like, I think you can scroll back and see it, hopefully. But like, the amplified damage is a waste. That's why you see people running preservation. Okay. And so there's 3 talents. We just talked about this the other day. There's 3 talents. I'll fast travel here and show you again. that really makes sense for snipers when it comes to it. Okay, and the talents that make sense for snipers are preservation, determined, and lucky shot. And that's because the best in slot for the sniper builds is headhunter. And then if you're using a multi-shot sniper like an SVD, then maybe focus. But even with the Dread Edict, we see that headhunter is better than focus because it does the same thing. You can one-shot chain kill with the Dread Edict and not have to stay in scope. And focus forces you to stay in scope to do that capability. So headhunter is the best in slot for snipers. And so because it's so strong, you don't need vigilance because vigilance is muted and people don't think about that, right? The memento is the best on sniper builds. You know, you can argue that, but the problem is that vigilance is muted, and so is the 30% weapon damage on the memento. But at least you're getting your regen and your skill efficiency, right? Because once you activate headhunter, any other damage talent on your build is no longer applicable. So all you need to do is get your first kill. Okay, so preservation is huge on sniper builds because a lot of sniper builds don't have a lot of heals, and you don't need a lot of heals either because you're usually playing from cover. Or whether you're not playing from cover, preservation is 20% armor on kill over 5 seconds. That's 4% armor per second for just getting a headshot, which is what you're doing anyways. That's the best talent. And that's what I used to run until Determined came out. And now Determined is the best talent, even after 17.2. And I'm going to do a whole breakdown video for you guys to show you that it's still the best talent for snipers, rifles, and pistols that have the capability to one-shot. Unless you don't get out of cover, then, you know, you could just go with whatever. Lucky shot is another really good one. And so you could consider this if you get irritated by your reloads on the White Death that only has, what, 8 rounds? And so this is going to return your misses to you. So very helpful. And it's going to give you an upfront good mag. And so First Blood was destroyed when Headhunter came out. Nobody uses it anymore. Naked is really inconsistent. It doesn't work. And then, you know, these other ones just are solutions if you're running different types of builds. Instinct doesn't really work. Reformation does. That's great. Future Perfect does. So these are all secondary ones you could definitely go with. You can even use Optimist, but it would just be wasted, right? All these are wasted. And so I like Preservation because Preservation and Determined, because even if I have Headhunter, they're still useful. Headhunter does not take away the power of Preservation. Headhunter does not take away the power of Determined. Headhunter does not take away the power of Lucky Shot. Headhunter does take away the power of Naked. Headhunter does take away the power of Ranger, because you no longer need the amplified damage once you activate Headhunter. So I know that's a lot. Hopefully that answered your question, though. So, I mean, the question is, do you need damage? I mean, if your sniper isn't one-shot killing, then it's probably not your damage talent's problem. It's the other things on your build. You know, it's the other things on the build. So there's something wrong with your build. I got to say that, because if you're not one-shot killing without Ranger, then there's something on your build that's just not doing it. And then maybe you're trying to one-shot kill the wrong thing too. That's possible. Like, you can't one-shot named bosses out of a fight without Headhunter stacks. You can't one-shot elites in Legendary without a Headhunter stack either. And in Heroic Solo, you can one-shot elites right out of the gate if your build is set up right, and it doesn't require a weapon talent. You could do it without a weapon talent, which is why I do it with... what kind of build are we running? I do it with Determined or Preservation. You don't need a weapon talent to one-shot elites. And you can't one-shot bosses without a Headhunter stack, and that doesn't require a weapon talent either. Right? Think about one-shotting a boss with the Regulus. Does Regulus have a damage talent on you that helps you one-shot the boss? No, it doesn't, right? It's collateral damage from explosion. So people are one-shotting bosses all the time with the Regulus, even with 1.9 million armor, 1.8 million armor. And so you don't need a damage talent on your gun to one-shot bosses either. So the problem is that people don't really test that out, right? They just load up on a bunch of damage and say, "Oh, good, I can finally one-shot the boss." And it's like, yeah, but now back it down and see if you still can, you know? Back it down and be like, "Oh, wow, really?" You'll find out that, and I realize you might have a different agenda, but I'm just talking to everybody. You might realize that you could load up on, 6 blue cores, or put on protection from elites, or run bonus armor and still do everything that you're doing. It's just a difference that it's not going through your testing methodology to figure it out. And a lot of people don't, right? You wouldn't be alone if you didn't do that. That's okay. Some people don't like to think about builds either, you know what I mean? They just want to build that works, and so they try to achieve the damage, and then especially if you're a relaxed playstyle, I think a lot of the relaxed playstyles don't want to overthink their builds or even optimize them. They just want it to work, you know. And that's very understandable, you know. Not everybody is going to get into the details of builds, and should have to, as a matter of fact. And that's why we need easy builds. You know, especially for new players. People say, "Hey, what's the best build for a new player?" That's the same thing as saying, "Hey, what's the best build for a relaxed player that just doesn't really want to overthink the build? He just want it to work." I don't care about multiplicative damage and non-multiplicative damage. I just want it to work. I want to be alive. I want to feel like I'm killing good and whatever, you know. But I don't want to understand how it works. You know what I mean? I don't want to look up the cow's ass. You guys know that joke? That Tommy Boy? Anybody like Tommy Boy? So I don't know if I can repeat the joke. It says something like, I'm gonna butcher it. Ooh, that's also a pun. He's like, you don't want to look up a cow's ask to know if the steak is good. You just want to take the butcher's word on it. Is that how it goes? That joke? I need to break this turret. Hold on. Okay, so we're testing. All we did was add another armor core, I think, right? Isn't that what we did? And we kept this all, yeah. And I think it's a good trade. I just got to play with my wits. Pay attention to what I'm doing. Why am I feel stuck? I saw you back here. Frag No, I didn't play the PTS. I'm on Xbox, so I have the homies helping me out, sending me the details. We reviewed all the gear at the beginning of the stream. You're welcome to watch it on the replay or scroll back or whatever you gotta do. But yeah, we're really excited. Just to recap what we got excited about is mostly the assault rifle and the backpack. The perfect talent on the backpack, I think, is gonna be really useful. And I think it's gonna also be maybe drive some excitement into PvP. And I think that when they hinted a long time ago that there's gonna be some exciting changes for PvP, I think this is the stuff they were talking about. And I'm sure there's gonna be some more balancing for it too. And you know, those accidental changes to XP that they're planning on reverting on the next health update. So including the Warhounds, that's part of the PvP adjustment. So they're trying to drive more people to the PvP. And I think they're gonna give us more XP in PvP too. They didn't say they were gonna do that, and I think that's part of it. See how he's wailing on me here? This guy is over 30 million in armor. So he's one of the few guys, you gotta two-shot him, and you need a headhunter stack to do it twice. So you need a headhunter stack to break his helmet, even with the Nemesis. and then you need a headhunter stack to kill him after you break his helmet, or you're multi-shotting him with a sniper, including the nemesis.
I'll give you everything I can.
Damn, I hate PvP. Well, but maybe with the changes, you like it a little bit better. You know, I don't know. We don't know. There's supposed to be a whole new end game overhaul. I mean, who knows, right? What are these guys doing? Stop that fucking phone, bro. See how good that stagger is with the D50? I love it. The Regulus does it too. So you can use that. Or the Liberty, of course. Which way we coming here? Got him. So I'm using the purple guy to try to kill this gold guy. So there we go. Yeah, I think I like this build, the better one. And you got it, and it gives you options. I think I like it. It's just like, it's just an easy change. No exotics required on this weapon. And then if you want to become even godlier on the healing side, you just take off, change your weapon talent. It's gonna be that easy. Run preservation. And if you get frustrated, then with the D50, switch to the Liberty. It's a little bit easier. And you just actually do a really good job of killing still. And I also like it because there's no real nonsense with it. It's just like, let's just get to the point as best we can and kill them. You know, like watch how long it's going to take if I don't shoot, right? I mean, we just got this one guy here. I mean, he bled to death. He didn't even shoot to death. You know what I mean? He didn't deflect to death. He bled to death. Just boo.
Supply room access unlocked.
I didn't see the new pulse, Anna. No. A new pulse, as in a skill? So here, I'll fast travel here real quick. Where's it? What's the? I could use better loot than this. Actually, let's go back to the White House here because I got to change my talent. So yeah, while that's happening, I'll show you what we're looking at. So this is Broken Wings. So this is going to start at early June. Okay, so we got season 1. That's when the descent mode's coming out. Then we're gonna have an incursion in season 2. Season 3 is back to New York holiday stuff, and season 4 is the new DLC. So remember, Broken Wings starts in June, and there's an apparel event or an apparel items as part of this season's reward track for the first time. It's a Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell outfit you can unlock as part of the rewards track, and I think it's the premium rewards track. So there's that, and then I'm gonna quickly go through this stuff. So we did review it earlier, so forgive me for going fast, but I don't want to beat the horse. So this is St. Elmo's engine. It's the new exotic assault rifle we're getting as part of the coming new season. Okay, so this is TU-18. So we're talking descent mode time frame. So again, early June, so like a month out-ish, a month and a half. Okay, so really cool. It's built on the Police M4 platform. We're excited about that. What I want you to notice is the 70 rounds in the mag. So the RPM is lifted, but that's because of the attribute at 5% rate of fire. So it's a very steady weapon. 70 rounds in the mag makes it the best sustained damage weapon, only considering the weapon itself and no talents. So, and top 5 DPS weapons as well for burst. So let's look at a little closer. So we got 70 in a mag. We got the typical stats, and then 1.8 second reload. The status is called Actimist, however you pronounce that. Shooting an enemy with this weapon will give 1 stack, 100 stacks. The next magazine will be filled with shock ammo. So shock, it's a status effect, and a very powerful status effect. I think it's actually the strongest status effect. I wish we had more of it. So, I mean, it's just lethal. Have you ever been hit by shock? It sucks. You know what I mean? You get hit with that and it's just like, damn. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So we talked about the good, the bad, and the ugly with this earlier. So there's some good, the bad, and the ugly, but yeah, I think it's going to be a nice addition to the game. You know, we'll look at ongoing stuff, but just like we said, that your builds are so strong now, you don't even need damage talents on your assault rifles anymore. You know what I mean? You see people running with like Striker and Preservation, Heartbreaker and Preservation. That's because we're hitting 1,000,000 without a damage talent. You know, our time to kill is less than a second without a damage talent. You know, you don't need damage talents on your guns anymore. We just really got strong in this game. And so they're trying to find us ways to creatively get stronger without it being linear like damage. Because the damage creep is going to happen to us, and then they're going to have to nerf us. And so this is a way to make us stronger in a different way through status effects, and also weaker because I'm pretty sure they're giving the enemy's status effects too. So critical hit damage, rounds, weapon handling, and critical hit chance are really good mods. That's great crits on that assault rifle, so it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. This is the new set, Electric, and we get status effects, shock resistance, and SMG damage. So I think the status effects will be the most interesting part of that. Shock resistance for PvP mostly, and then SMG damage is really not that exciting. However, it will pair up nicely with those Sokolov gloves that also give you status effects. And then you would, if you get the shock resistance, then you're getting 20%. By running all 3 pieces of these, you'd get 20% SMG damage, which is a little interesting. But you would wonder whether you would be better off running crits on an SMG build since you got so much crits. You know what I mean? SMG gives you 21% crit chance. So why not run Grupo as that 3rd piece? And, you know, questions. Okay. But interesting, really interesting. So this is Perfect Companion. It's probably not real, so we're going to skip this. And then this is the new brand set, gear set, new gear set. It's called Paladin. and you get hazard protection and repair skills, and then you got this charging thing. So basically, spending time out of cover during combat only, you'll get 5% reduced incoming damage from any skills, max 50 for each second that you're out of combat. So running and gunning. So you get these skill damage resistance. So not super useful for PvE, but I might change my mind about that. And when they launch it, we'll see. Because, you know, they're always putting up turrets, right? The True Suns, for example, and then suicide drones. But would you really be running around like a crazy man in Legendary? Because you'd have to spend all your time out of cover to get that, right? What's really weird is that, I mean, you get the resistance and there's no timer on it. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. Because you get to the max, right? But then, what is it, a meter? That, I mean, it's a resistance, so it's weird. 5% reduced, max 50, so 50% reduction in damage. I don't know. Anyways, it's kind of weird. I'm not sure how it plays out exactly. She says 10 seconds. Okay, thanks, Anna. You rock. Anna's so helpful lately, by the way. Yeah, if you got a screenshot, man, I would love that.
Military operations are in progress. We urge all civilians to remain inside the safe area.
Either way, I'm excited. Yeah, so it sounds like Anna's letting us know that there's a new skill. I hadn't heard about that yet. And were we not just talking about that yesterday? How they took away all of our skills? They used to give them away with seasons, and they stopped doing that. So, yeah, tanks are considered skills. That's a good point. Yeah, tanks are proxies, which is why you don't get stacks on that with Heartbreaker. But Warhounds aren't. Warhounds are considered NPCs of some sort. How are you not on our Discord, Anna? How are you not already there? Bruh, you should have been there a long time ago. Yes, Anna's saying it's a new pulse, type of pulse that we're getting. Tell us, Anna, what does it do? Did you say already? Let me look at your comments. Yeah, new skill. Did you guys new software? Yeah, so this is Paladin gear set that we're looking at. Paladin.
Thank you for your cooperation.
I know, I wish you could send screenshots through chat, you know? Wouldn't that be cool? Okay. Anyway, so and then charged, while fully charged, gain immunity to any movement speed debuff, which would be bleed. And again, that will be helpful for PvE if you turn on special ammo and you play against the True Suns a lot, which I do. But it's very helpful against the Stinger Hives, which everybody uses in PvP. Oh no, is that it? Hopefully you can fix that. Okay, so that's that. Very PvP orientated, but I could see some interesting things, a few interesting things with this for PvE also. So a little application there. And I just like having more options, I think, to make things interesting. So after charge is consumed, charging buff will resume if still in combat. So. And then you can share that hazard protection and skill damage reduction with all allies for 10 seconds. That's cool. If you're still alive, they're saying overcharging increases charged max income and skill damage protection to 70%. So 70% protection from skills. I see this as interesting because I'm wondering if you can stand in front of a Black Tusk tank and just be like, yeah, do it, bro. Do it. You know what I mean? Because they're a threat. Those tanks are annoying, you know? So it could be very cool against the Tusk. Safe charge gives 10% protection per second. So that's just faster charging, basically. And then we talked about the Shocker Punch. This is the new holster. You get explosive resistance and Hasbro with an armor core. And this one's a little, you know, this is the one that we're kind of wondering about. So while Shocker Punch is equipped, the agents will have 50% time reduction when being stunned by an electric skill, by any electric skill. Which is basically in this game the shock traps in a PvP environment. And a PvE environment, there isn't a shock skill that I can think of. So very PvP orientated. Using the shield will give 100% melee damage, 2 melee damage. So cool, not exciting. Because you get into that zone, the melee and PvE, they melee you and it hurts real bad. You know? And so, and you get staggered. They don't get staggered. So I have a problem with their melees in this game. I think they need to be fixed. Can you drop it into build talks? That'd be cool. I appreciate that. I'll go right in there and snag it and let me know when you drop it. And then also using the Senna, which is the assault rifle, they renamed it. So we'll give an extra 100% melee damage and apply shock to an enemy hit with melee. So the melee doesn't excite me part, but the shock, a 5-meter radius shock is pretty cool. I like the idea of that. Again, the melee, I don't know if I'd run this holster to be able to do that. Right? Because when you're not shooting and you're meleeing instead, I mean, you could have gone through a whole mag in the time it takes you to melee, you know? So, like, it's really, I don't know. But maybe if you were a tank and you just want to, I'm going to go around shocking people. I mean, that's kind of cool. I could see that, right? So let's talk about that for a second. Let's say you run the Paladin gear set, defibrillator holster, and then perfect galvanizing went full tank. Think about that. Go around shocking people within the radius of the shock, and then your bullets are shocking too. You know what I mean? You're not doing any real damage, but you're holding them still. You're a tank status effect. That's a cool build. That's a cool build. That's a cool team build. I mean, I wouldn't run that solo. Oh, works like Hunter's Fury. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, so that, I mean, yeah. So anyways, there's interesting things there. Yeah. Yeah. And then we talked about the new named weapons. Okay, so they're basically weapons that we already have, which they usually are. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave us a new weapon, though. They should. They tend to introduce a new weapon many times, but they haven't. They didn't last season. But remember, they used to give us new weapons too. Like we got the 612 in one scenario, and then the TKB, right? The TKB, which is the Kingbreaker variant. So yeah. Anyways, Perfect Thunderstrike is what the new talent is, and says 40% extra damage to shocked targets. So if your teammate is running the exotic assault rifle and he's shocking people, you can get some good damage from that. Or you could try to switch weapons. I think you're gonna need to run status effects to get a longer shock so that it's worth switching weapons. Because you also want to be earning stacks on that weapon. So, you know, there's some pros and cons to using this. We'll see. And then same thing on both weapons. It's the same exact talent. And then this is the backpack with perfect galvanize. We're liking this a lot. So it's 10% more of your armor and 10% greater distance. That's powerful. And I think this is one of my favorite things besides the assault rifle, because I was saying I wish we had better and more options for bonus armor. It's my favorite thing to run, even over armor on kill. And so this is cool. So this bonus armor lasts 10 seconds. You can only use it once every 10 seconds. But I think in multiple enemies, I think you can stack it, right? There's no cooldown. So I think it's just that you hit that enemy, you're given 50% of your armor. You hit a different enemy, it's going to give 50% of your armor. You hit a different enemy, it's going to give 50% of your armor for each of those for 10 seconds. So that's really cool. I think that's how Galvanize works. It's been a while since I've run it personally, but I like the talent. I use it with the shotgun usually, the Scorpio. So anyways, excited about that. So I think that's basically everything. Yeah, we're back to the beginning. So pretty cool. Definitely potential. Yeah, Iron Harrier. They are. They basically look like the gloves look like the firewall gloves. So you're probably seeing 2 firewall gloves like I am here. So that is a bug. Oh, really? Yeah, let me see. Hey, Latina, if you're there, can you give Anna rights? She's probably on Twitch. So here, I'll hop on over there. Okay, give us a second, but I'm going to try to get this screenshot from Anna. Let me get on Discord and see if I can do it too. I'm just not a very good Discord admin. I don't let Tina and the team deal with all the details. But let me see if I can figure it out too. Okay, so Anna and Bill Talks. Let me see if I can find you. There you are. I found you. Let's see. What can I do? Oh, you know what I could do? I could just add you as a friend at least. More. Send friend request to you. All right, Anna, just sent your friend request. That's exciting. I can't believe nobody mentioned that. No, I think that's the same one, Anna. Is it? Are you showing me the Achilles pulse? You might just have not unlocked it yet. Does this look right? Does this look like it right here? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, you gotta beat Fei Lao manhunt mission. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's cool. Yeah, no, it's all good. No worries. Yeah, it's good. I was gonna say you've uncovered a secret though. First to know, first to destroy. No, I appreciate your help. Don't worry about it. No biggie. I wish I was in there with you. Okay. Oh wait, we just got a piece that could be helpful. Let me go back to that. Do you see that Providence? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Was it a knee? They like to do that to me. There. So that one's kind of interesting. I mean, I would lose the armor, but I would pick up a skill damage thingy. Bob. I'll keep it as an option. But I think I'm done with it. I think we're good. The rest I'll just leave to your guys' preferences. Yeah, my happiest thing about this build is that I finally found a use for the courier. Yay! Okay, let me save over. People have been pretty interested in this headhunter build, so let me go back to it. I think that's the one. I thought I saved it. I'm gonna put out a new build tomorrow too, so look forward to that. Okay, so I got to fix this pistol. Yeah. All right on, Hag. I'm glad you're on both sides, man. Okay, got that right. And then I just gotta put this back to determined. So on this one, I'm running 1.3. I might be able to, I can't remember how much, what I like to run it with. So I'm just kind of going with it. Really? The rework in the capacitor? That's interesting. I don't feel like it needed rework. I think they're thinking it's overpowered. It's pretty strong. It is really strong. If that's the case, they think it's overpowered. That's not a good thing for us. Fix the sacrum. Don't waste your time with the capacitor. Fix the sacrum. Gosh darn it. Why are you guys doing this to me?
Oh, hello. Firearms training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot.
Yeah, sometimes that's just, there's a lot of glitches in PTS, so you just be careful, you know. We saw a lot of it, like in the last PTS, there was like gear that was in there that never was released or going to be released. There was the Wrathbones gloves, and, you know, I personally got suckered into that too, and I'm not going to fall for it again. So sometimes you'll see stuff in there, and then people, and then, you know, they get us all confused, and we start making videos about it. I could see them nerfing the capacitor for PvP. I could see them doing that. So, I should be getting my boots soon. Boots! Boots, boots! So, okay. I have to watch my own stream to get my boots. Not literally, but I have to have it at least open in a tab. Oh, you just got yours, Mike? Okay, so this is a run and gun pistol build, and I created a version of this for, what was it? Like right when Determined came out. I think this is my first Determined build. And one of the reasons why I'm rerunning it is because I'm testing all the builds with Determined again to see if we like the 17.2 changes. The community has been saying over the last couple of days, literally like, hey, what's that build? What's that build? What's that build? So, because I've been running it to retest it again after 17.2, and I just said that. Like, yeah, I'm on repeat. This is not a sim. So it's proving that the talent still works, and you just got to adjust your routine a little bit. But once you do, I think you'll find that it's still a really good talent. Again, I'm going to put a whole video on this. They took away headshots from these little guys. Ooh, no, it worked. It didn't activate Headhunter though. Did you hear the headshot crunch? All right. So we'll need a couple of trophies under our belt to get this rocking for us, but oops, I didn't mean to shoot. Shit. One of the things you want to do, okay, when running this build is you got to play in your Apex Predator zone, even with your sniper. So, which is not hard, but when you have your TAC 50 ammo, it gets a little bit easier. But I got the decoy, so the decoy is going to help you get, oh, look at this guy way out here, your first few shots. And otherwise, I just use it for defense, keep some bullets off my butthole. And then, you know, you can take off a few key targets, create some trophies for yourself. That's all I'm doing here. Why? Why is that happening right now? I killed your dude, didn't I? I'm just creating trophies because it showcases better, faster. I see. I don't want to kill that turret because you know why, right? Takes away my stack, and I want to get my stack all the way up. Okay, now we can go. I just had to get that turret out of my face. So determine if you're not used to it or don't know how it works. You got to get 1 kill with your pistol. Okay, and now you're off to the races, except they adjusted it. So it's got to be headshot, body shot. So whatever. So I got it now, so I could just kill whatever. And now on the next one, I know it's got to be a headshot. So you got to account for that. Now he's out of here. Come here, dude. Turn around. Okay. And then pop this out. And the next shot, what I do is I apply it to my most critical target. And in this case, I want to kill the boss last.
Where you think?
I knew she was going to do that. And so I could just pop it on him. See that? So I didn't have to aim. And by doing that, okay, what it's doing is it's decreasing your chance to miss. Which is, I know that sounds basic, but that's a big value. So I can just pop them away. And that's decreasing the chance that I take damage as well, or decreasing the amount of damage I'm taking. So, and it's also increasing your time to clear, right? Because you don't have to slow down to find his head kind of thing, right? And so, here, boss, play with that for a while. And so I could just, so I like to play with an apex, that's the only condition. And then I just pull the trigger. And so where, without determined, if you're running preservation or something like that, if you accidentally get that body shot, then you have nothing left. There is no second chance, right? And so with this one, it's like, there is no accidents. It's head or body, doesn't matter. It's a free shot. It's a free shot, no accidents, you know.
Over there. They're coming at us. Get out of there.
So I'm gonna try to get an apex range here. And so we gotta activate. Whoa, where the fuck are you going, dude? There we go. And so reduces the chance of error and losing your headhunter buff, and then you can take out a critical target. And so what I try to do is save it so when a group comes out, I use it onto my most critical target and then save the easy guys, right? So right now it's this guy. If there's only one, it's obviously that one, right? So come on, dude. And you're extremely strong, right? Extremely strong. And we're running armor, and I can load on more protection from our lead. So we're gonna push the limits on the build in a second, right after this demo. I'll up the defensive stats and show you what you can do. So we picked the biggest threat, which is gonna be that guy. And then that buys me time to get the next guy. Which is that one? I don't know if I got the head there, actually. I didn't, I screwed up. And that's because of the, well, I mean, I miss shots all the time, but the body flinch got me to miss on that one. So you want to be first to shoot. That's your biggest line of defense. So, right, and so let's take the turret guy. Got him. See that? So my biggest threat was the turret guy. And then the boss. Easy peasy, right? So what I tell people on their sniper builds, or headshot builds, don't build for the boss, right? He just took 2 extra shots. That's all it was, just 2 extra shots. And so it's not worth the basically nerfing of your build, right? It's a defensive nerf to build around the boss because you got 48 other guys. The only reason why the boss is hard, is difficult, is because there's the other 48 guys that are flanking you, shooting you, distracting you, or pulling down your health. You know, so that's why the bosses are hard. Then once you get it down to just the boss, it's just, you know, he's the one that's outnumbered now. You know what I mean? And so he's an easy kill. And so I can make the build stronger so that I can one-shot the boss if I wanted to. But I don't see the value in it when all I had to do was put in 2 more bullets, you know? And so the value for me is having the survivability against the other guys to be able to go out there shieldless full time. You know, tons of value in that for me. So let's add more defense. We're going to ink up the defense so you can see how much you can push the limits. Now, we're not running crits, so neither of these are going to work. So let me see if I got the pieces on me, as a matter of fact. I do have the pieces. Do I have them with me, though? That's the catch. So I don't have the second. So let's put on more protection from elites instead. So we're stripping down headshot damage. And we're going to find the limits of this build. All right. And so, like, how defense can you take it and still one-shot everybody except for the boss? Now, you can still one-shot the boss. All you got to do is switch weapons. So I'm talking about the pistol. So if you want to one-shot the boss, just switch to your nemesis. The nemesis is still hitting super, super hard. I think it's over 30 million. So we got it to work with the Prophet, but barely. The Prophet's just too weak, you know? So you end up running around all red and, you know, and then you have to run the Bulwark Shield, and it's just not very, very fun. So strip off the Prophet's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. And so we've gotten it to work in some cases. I think we got it to, I think the way I had the build configured actually was, let me show you, was the Prophet build. So that's the way to get Prophet to work. Okay. Except you have to run all. No, I think that's right. Yeah. I think you might have to run all headshot damage there on the mods, but that's the Prophet build. It's close to the same, right? And so I think but you have to run headshot mods. So I mean, it's not horrible. I do like that gun, but you have to get, first of all, you have to get your trophy, all 30 of your trophies before you can use the Prophet, where the D50 you don't. You only need a fraction of your trophies. But once you got your trophies anyways, you're good to go, so. So we're activating now. So that was 10.6. So what we're looking for here is that the damage numbers on elites, and so but we're hitting at 12 right there on crit, but it's not a crit build, so we don't want to use that. And speed is your survivability, so the faster you can play with these pistols, so that you can have that first shot advantage, and that's your survivability. And notice I'm not using a shield. I do pull it out if I get into an emergency situation, but speed is your power, and that's what I determined is what I want to go with, because it basically gives me 50% increase in speed. Not literally, but like more like theoretically, because half of the guys are basically just not there because I can shoot them even in the big toe, right? So okay. So determine might bug out here because we're entering a new arena. Yeah, it did. Okay. So it looks at it like a new fight. So once you got TAC 50 ammo, you gotta wait until they get into you get that icon, okay? And then now you're good to go. So wait for that icon, because you need the amp damage on your side. There we go. So yep, shooting elites, one shot. And the reason why I'm pointing that out is because we just added a bunch of protection from elites. So it looks like we can add armor too. Hey. But we'll have to see. I just lost that. Hold on a second. If you shoot an elite, you want to, I'm trying to remember this. You want to get your buff on the elite. Let me try this again. So you get the highest possible transfer damage. So if you have the choice. Ooh. Fucking Tusk. 10.8. I don't know why I didn't kill him. Maybe because he was in heals? That's weird. They hit him at 10.8, but he didn't die. I don't know why. They only have 10 million. See that? Oh, it's broken. So it didn't give us the determined transfer. So let me... So if that happens, you gotta take off your pistol. Or switch weapons, apparently. But... you're gonna do both. Reassurances. Thought something was weird. It's been doing that the last couple of days. At least once. Okay, so now we have, let's see if it works. There we go. Let's just double check on the next guy. So we gotta earn it. We got 12.4. We'll use it on, not the boss, let's wait for him. We'll use it on her. 11.1, good, yeah. With room to spare. So the room to spare is we got 11.1, we only need 10. So I'm gonna take off that extra 1.1 million, which is a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot, but remember, Headhunter's so strong. Headhunter's the one that's really filling in that gap. So let's go ahead and kill this boss. See how easy it is to kill bosses? So, like, you don't really need the extra, you know, the build to one-shot the boss, because you got it all right there, just a couple of bullets. And if you wanted to one-shot the boss, I'll show that next time too. Just switch weapons and use the other weapon, and you can take him down in one shot. Got it. I'll show that too. So it's not a matter of changing your build. It's just a matter of swapping weapons, I guess is another way to say it. Yeah, because that's 12 million right there. And so as we get more amplified damage, then your build gets even stronger, right? So that was a 12 million non-crit.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, that was a duff. Let's just double check. God damn. Yeah. But I gotta say, very few accidents, right? Thanks to determined. It really cuts that down. So it's still possible, obviously, but I think it's gonna, the chance of duffing has been decreased by 50%. I think that's the best way to say it. Just trying to figure out the best way to describe it to you guys. No, the new AR has got the base damage equivalent to a regular AR.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
What's up? What's up? What's up? See, determined works, man, I'm telling you. What's up? What's up? It's still good, you know? It's still good, you know? And you put it on Hunter's Fury, I mean, Hunter's Fury, you know, Hunter's Fury, it's a beast. Just shoot first, and you own it. Ah, that would have fucked up.
Hostile convoy. Detected.
But yeah, shoot first, shoot first. That's the strategy. And go shieldless.
Detected.
You don't need a Red Hunter's Fury. You don't. You can do this several other ways, actually. You could also use riot foam. So here's the boss. I think that's the boss, right? Okay, let's do this. And then I'll switch out to this. See if I can land my shot though. Come here, buddy. Oh, I screwed that up. I probably timed out. I did. All right. Either way, 2 shots. You got 30 seconds, right, with your headhunter. I think you can also do it with your White Death, too.
Supply room access unlocked.
Big, what up? Yeah, I should say proc. That's why I'm gonna do a special video to the devs, because I think that'd make it a little bit nicer. But I think, you know, there's a challenge. I see the challenges on why they're gonna have issues making it not consume itself, basically, is because of the perfect talent and its crits, right? So if you were running the G28 or the Prophet, it would never turn off, right? You could guarantee your crit, head, guaranteed crit, you know, and I don't think they like that part. And I could see why, but even though it's like, we all know it's like, we don't even need the crit. Again, Headhunter's so strong, we don't need the crit. Like, why would, it's no advantage right now. I actually don't even like that. I like the only reason why I like the Prophet is because I like the Police Magnum. That's the only reason why I like the Prophet. I don't like the crit part. We don't need it. You know, we don't need it. But it's like, all right, well, I like the gun and it's giving me crits. But the reality is the D50 is stronger and allows you to do so much more with your build. And so, yeah, so I'm going to do a special video on Determined for the community and for the devs saying, hey, here's my recommendation. And they are watching my builds right now. I know for sure because they're commenting on them, my videos. And so I'm hoping like, hey, but you know, it doesn't mean I can make an influence or make a change, but I feel like it's the most effective way right now to. But the reality is like, it takes them so long. It's like, we might not see any change for a couple of months, you know? So. Oh wait, did I get my boots? Oh, no, it still says 85%. I don't know why. I think the timer's not right.
Detected.
Yeah, no, it's still worth it. Yeah, and just for the community. I don't do it all for the devs. It's more for us. My point is like, yeah, you know, it is what it is, and I'd rather that be different, but it's still, I think, I'm still trying to determine if it's the best option or second best option on your pistol or your sniper or your whatever. I mean, for me, it might be my best option because I don't need that much. I mean, first of all, we have 20% armor on kill and we don't need sharpshooter. I could change this to 30% armor on kill and not miss the TAC 50 and just use the Nemesis. So, and that gives us a 30% armor on kill. So I don't need preservation on this. Preservation's a waste. And I don't need damage on this either because we're one-shotting everything. So, as a matter of fact, I'm trying to take damage away. And that's what I'm looking here for. And so, there we go. And so I'm thinking like with the devs, I I mean, with this talent, it's like it is the best talent for me because I don't need the 20% armor on kill. But there's other builds that you might like the 20% armor on kill and say, well, you know, shooting faster isn't going to be a win for me there. You know, so there are, you know, it just depends for sure. I know I have this Hunter's Fury with armor. Oh, okay. I just need to re-roll it. Got it. Okay, wrong one. Always do that.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Okay, so let's go test this now. So there's 1.7 million armor. So everything but the chest piece, basically. And then with this, it's a matter of balancing the mods out. So let's see. Noob Ramos. When I see that, I want to say negative Ramos. Negative Ramos. You know what I miss is, did anybody watch Red versus Blue? That series was so good. I gotta rewatch that. We need more stuff like that in my life. Red versus Blue is so funny. It's the same type of humor as like, I guess, I lost all my trophies already? Damn. Reminds me of like South Park type humor, or very clever. Come here, buddy. And so the big win here is like one kill gets you so much bonus armor. It's insane. Look at the bonus armor. So it's, let's see. So for 1.7 and we've got a 5. So 50%, that's basically 875,000 bonus armor, give or take. Okay, so we need a little bit more damage, so a little more trophies here.
Reinforcements en route.
Oh, jeez. It's nasty. It's having a hard time damaging me. Okay, almost there, man. A couple more trophies. Get rid of that. Even though it was technically on my side. Something behind me? There is. Ah, oh, fuck that up. It's always her. It's always that lady that makes you screw up.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, fucking boss. Bad timing for a right bump guy. I'm in the fucking corner. You know what I mean? With the turret right there. Sorry, I'm going slow here. Okay. Just get her out. Let's make it clean next round. Oops. I wasted my headshot on that. Okay, let me take this off because I'm not sure it was doing what it's supposed to.
Incoming hostiles detected.
How did they get over there? Don't let them get past you. Grenade!
Thank you.
It's KIA.
Oh, still shy. Might have to rebalance the headshot damage. Hold on a second. Let me take it off and then put it back on once we get to our number. Let's see if that's enough. Nope. 9 point. Oh, it's so close though. 9.6. We need 9.8. Oops. Oh my god, that was horrible.
Get out of this, agent! We need to lock down the area!
Jesus Christ, guys. What are we doing here?
Yeah, that's right.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
So we got it now, but a lot of it might be because we got the amp damage on our side,
Take one more of it.
or it's because we hit our trophy mark. I don't know yet. Got to go test again. All right, I got my boots. Drop claim. So, yeah, so we're really close. So I just got to figure out if I can run these two mods or not. And now that I have my backpack full, I can test. I don't know why my backpack expired earlier, but it did. Let's check out these boots, eh? Apparel, boots. I like those boots, though. Forgot about those. Santa boots, covert. They should be like. Oh, I gotta claim them. I'm sorry. Let me get out of here real quick, just in case. Okay, boots, and then I need my shorts. You got a thong? Right on. Is it made out of metal? Is it a metal thong? Hey, do you guys like these Aces boots? I think they're cool. I like the toe cap looking like it's gold or brass, but they're cool. Yes, I claimed them, but I think it'll probably take a minute for them to show up here. So, sure. Yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes. I'll check back. Okay, let's go to the next one and see.
Access unlocked.
If we're good to go. Yeah, so if you run the Liberty or the Regulus, you'd be good to go as we have it right off the bat, just because they're a little bit stronger weapons than the D50 base. Yeah, King, I got the gloves, but they're janked out, right?
Civilians in danger.
Checking for the boots. Should be right at top, so. No. What color is this other stuff? It's gold. Okay, so it should be gold. Oops. Yeah, what should be the top bar? Kind of interested in seeing these boots. I want to see how different they are than the ones we already have. So, they haven't arrived yet. I like the baby face ones though. Those are cool boots too. I like what they did with the boots. Who's ever the boot designer, you know? I think they must have been with like ex Kenneth Cole or something. I don't know. Somebody who's good at making shoes. Actually, let's do this one. See why you don't want your enemies on fire? As a sniper, very much a nightmare. Come on, dude. You don't want that bullet. There we go.
Hostile control point nearby.
Warehouse are kind of a pain in the ass because you really want to get that shot on their leg, and they run so fast. A bullet can go right through that leg sometimes. Are you already wearing the T? Hold on. The picture looks tan, yeah, okay. So again, you want to get that first shot in the Apex Predator zone. And so our test here is, do we need the amplified stacks at all in order to get the consistency in chain killing? And if so, then I'd rather take off one red core, because I don't want to have to always have my amplified stacks, even though you have them most of the time. Ooh, so close. So yeah, it's a little too close. So I probably need to take off one. We're like 5,000 off. So I think if I take off this, just one protection from elites. But for me, like, I would probably end up rebalancing it the other way, actually. So I'd end up probably putting on a red core and then putting back on the protection from elites, because I'd rather have protection from elites. Oh, we're about to get foamed. Jesus Christ. I hate when they get on the same team, you know what I mean? It's just not fair. All right. That was a close one. I didn't want to lose my trophies right there. Fucking fire grenades, huh? Fuck that up. Oh, come on. Something's in there. Too fast. You take your finger off the trigger before it fires. Look at the Tusk helping them. You see that? They were fighting side by side, ignoring each other. So we got it there. Got it there. So it looks like we're right there.
Guess you weren't in cover. RPG on the way.
See you, boss. Oh, really? Good accuracy. She's got it. Trying to take out her homies first.
My arms are shot to shit.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Let's split up. I'm here for you. Get some.
We are right there. 9827. The question is, was it possible because of the trophy? If so, we don't really want that. I mean, you can't, obviously it's working, but it's just, you know, I want it like, the consistency for me means like the minimum buffs possible. Just damage. Just the headhunter stuff and whatever. So I'm trying to minimize the stacking of things as a requirement to perform. And then that makes it easier to use. Really? Okay, so it's working. Good. So there are no stacks. So this is it. This is the build. Now, I could change it, and I still might, based on whether I want the protection from elites back or not. Doesn't really matter, but I like it.
Give him angle on him.
Coming from the flank.
And so I like protection from elites, so I'm probably gonna exchange 1 blue core for 3 protection from elites. That's usually the trade.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And plus, the memento will pick up more damage. Not that we really need it, but it'll pick up that damage on kill trophy pickup thing.
Now you'll think twice.
Targeting off.
Gotta fall back. This tactical vest is fucked.
Wow.
Shit. Slide out and die.
Like, he would have been a 2-shot kill if I could have just landed that fucking shot. All right, cool. Logistic Wreck. What's up, man?
Supply room access unlocked.
You're the only one King Baker thought the exotic. I think, like, probably you're gonna be, I think everybody's gonna like, the exotics, the EB sucks when the new gun comes out. I think that's gonna happen. You know? It's gonna have 70 rounds instead of 60, and like, and you'll find that the probably, ooh, look at that beautiful shotgun. Wow. Jeez, I gotta grab it just cuz. You're probably gonna say like, the electric shock is a better defense than the tenacity buff. Yeah, 92 rounds of True Patriot. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. What? And then add Brazos with the Ninja Bike backpack and tell us what it is then. It's an LMG. So let's see. Do I have a red? So I would want to put, to perfect it, There we go. I'll put one red back on and then load back on some protection from elites. And that's how I like to balance it out like that. Because I like the protection from elites with bonus armor is just a really nice, consistent thing. So to keep your bonus armor up longer and your white armor as well. So let's start with 2 and then see if that's going to require a change. And then we'll add the third one. So what I'm looking for is without a trophy, without a green bar in my Hunter's Fury, after I acquire my Headhunter, can I one-shot an elite? And that's what I consider consistent. We've already got the one-shot elite capability. It's when I switch to the pistol and lower my base weapon damage, am I still one-shotting elites? And we got it there, so the answer is yes, with this much armor. But we had to lower our protection from elites to do it, and I'd rather have protection from elites. Yeah, True Patriot Brazos might actually be a good build too, because you know you're running status effects and maybe you want to, I don't know, play on that a little bit more. And the True Patriot, so if you run 3 pieces True Patriot, then you're going to get the larger mag, you're going to get the amplified buffs. The downside is you'd lose the galvanized backpack. Can you imagine if you got that in there? But it'd still be a decent build. It'll give it some utility. We need him in our Apex. There we go.
Reinforcements en route.
She wanted me with that fire. The hell? Okay, so I need this kill. There it is, 10.1. All right, with no trophies or green bars. So yeah, we got it. Of course, it's gonna get higher now. So 11.6, you know, with chain kills, but we're beyond that. Once you prove it, like if you have the high damage, it doesn't matter. Remember, you're either 12 million or you're 18 million. That's the next step, right? So anything in between doesn't really matter so much.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Come on. A weird little camera, huh? It's weird how the camera reacts when you're up against the wall. So even though I can kill him at range, I'm still staying into the apex zone just to ensure consistency on transfer. Somebody way out here. Who's that turret? So it looks like I'm doing a hell of a job, I'm sure. But the reality is that Headhunter, once Headhunter kicks in, oh, I just screwed up now. Spoke too soon. No, once Headhunter kicks in, headshots get easier. It's like there's some sort of mechanic that's inside of it that every headshot kill makes the headshot kill easier, up to 3 headshot kills. Now, nothing in the talent says that. Nothing. It's just there. And those that use the talent a lot know that. Now, it has nothing to do with aim assist, because I have my aim assist turned off. I don't use aim assist. There's nothing wrong with using aim assist, so use it if you use it. But I just don't like how it takes control over my gun. I want to have the control. And there's been a lot of times where, you know, you have to fight your target for your target because it wants to shoot a different target than you do. I don't like that.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
But this is a good directive build too, because you're not really using your skills. You got all the armor and damage on your build, so you really don't need any skills or ammo because you're using nothing but pistols. This guy sucks. Okay, so this is break his shield. I mean his helmet. And then we got to come back from him. He's a multi-shot guy, even with the nemesis. So. And then you don't want to use attack 50 because attack 50 is diminished damage on named dudes. He's twitching like a fuck. There we go. 27 million and he's still alive. See what I'm saying? And so I hit him. The first shot was at least a 10, 11 million, right? Maybe 12. And then he took another 28. So he took 30 million and then he took probably another, I don't know, 4 million. So he took over 30 million though. That's like 34 million in damage he took, right? So even if I ran this build all red, the only thing that could do that would be the nemesis. It's crazy, you know? That guy is so tanky. He's so tanky. Oh, I appreciate you, Zeb.
Wait for me.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Hey, they're gonna be all week. I mean, to the 15th. So don't sweat it. And I stream consistently, basically every day. I will be streaming tomorrow too. Sunday, I usually take a break, but because the Twitch drops are on, I probably stream. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Because I got to make vids too, but I got a lot of builds I got to get out. Ooh, there's a good MK16. But I appreciate you, man. Oh yeah, boots. Boots! Metalhead shoes. Okay, yeah, they look different in the picture. You're right. Whoever said that. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I mean, let's inspect those. Yeah, they got, okay. A little funny symbol, a little tight detail there. Otherwise, they look very similar to a lot of the other boots, but they got that detail in the front. Yeah, they're cool. I mean, I still kind of like these ones better. These ones are cool too. We got lots. Oh, these ones. The firewall boots are badass. I like them, how beat up they are. Yeah, we got a lot of good boots in this game. The hyena ones are pretty cool. Oh, where are they? Yeah, see, they look like Jill Valentine boots, don't they? Santa, which also looks like Santa Claus boots. Reapers. True Sons. Those ones. Those are cool. You know, they got the laces there. A little bit of paint drops, detail. Yeah, I like those. The babe, which are basically the same. So, this is with the drops. The drops are a little shinier. I don't know. They're okay. All right, so we got the pants next, and then we got the outfit. All right. So the question is now, can we put on the last protection from elites mod? Ooh, look at that, max and snare resistance. All right. I'm saying all right because I deleted all my snare resistance, and the other day we were looking to run a little bit because we were working on a protection from elites build, and I'm in a Hasbro build, and I was like, I deleted all my snare resistance. Now here I am, picking it up again, filling my stash again. Is this one open up here? Actually, let's go that one. Bruce! The Chuckin'. Thanks for the sub with your Prime.
Hostile control point identified.
All right, for those of you that don't know, this is the build we're just kind of fine tuning. I've done it before in the past, and we're just kind of balancing it out. But it's all about testing the viability of the determined talent. So this is a build I've actually created as a build video on it on my YouTube channel. So and then I'm just kind of balancing it out for the D50. The Prophet is a weaker weapon. It does work with the Prophet, but you gotta power up to get it to work. And then you'd ask yourself if it's worth it once you get there. So anyway, so we're now playtesting our final mod here, protection from late. So we got full protection from late mods here, all three. And then everything else is headshot damage and armor, basically, and one weapon handling. What are you doing? You off. I lost all my trophies again? That's bullshit. Right? I'm not taking that long. We got 300 seconds. Urgh.
Reinforcements incoming. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
So I'm collecting trophies right now. We're trophy farming.
I have no shot. Damn low.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Reinforcements in place.
Ooh, it's a big boy. Come on. What do you, strongest head I've ever seen. Got him. See that? One shot killed his punk ass. Woo! Thank God for that protection from elites though, huh? He got me too.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'm trying to be like a gorilla in the mist. Ah, wasn't a headshot? Bullshit. Looked like a headshot to me. That's crazy. It's crazy what you're witnessing. It's still a good talent, you know what I mean? You just gotta go head, body, head, body. Just be aware whether you have the buff or not and you're good. It's good talent. But yeah, I mean, I think they need to tweak it a little bit still, but I just don't want you to abandon it because you think it's bad. It's just not, it's not bad. But yeah, I think they need to fix that error. I think there's an error to it. Oof, that hurts. Oh, I forgot to stay in my zone. You got that apex thing going, you know? Need that red marker. There we go. Okay, we have all our trophies? Yeah. It's just somebody out there. Oh, there he is. Ah, worst shot. Thank you.
Supply room access unlocked.
Candy Cause, what up? Okay, so we got our trophies. So yeah, I mean, it looks consistent to me. So, but I need that first kill check. Yeah, the Chuckin', thanks for the sub to Prime, if I didn't already say. Heyo, Tano. So I'm running most of the outfit. I haven't got my shorts yet. So that's the only thing I'm working to get. But we are running the hat. The gloves are kind of glitched. We do have the t-shirt. You can only see the arm, which is pretty cool. I actually like that metal arm thing. It's just kind of different. makes me feel like, you know what it makes me feel like? You think it's funny? Like Mad Max Fury Road. You know what I mean? I feel like Mad Max at that armband thing, that metal arm. I don't know why. Oh, what a waste. Should have been more patient. Got a long run back. Another fucking big guy. He keeps sending me this fucking guy. How many times I gotta kill him? See, like, you get, no matter what, he's not gonna be a one-shot character, and I don't like that. There should be a way, you know?
Civilians in danger. Incoming hostiles detected.
Target on the right! Lost him!
So we did test this with the 1886, and it still holds up there too. Oh, that didn't count as a headshot? Ah, looked like a headshot to me. To re-earn it.
Opening fire!
Heavily armored hostile detected. Civilians in distress.
Fucker. Ah, fucking disrupt. What do we get there? Elam's long stick! Yay! Not really. Actually, I mean, it's not the worst. The reload time is one of the worst, though, there. 6.7 seconds and one of the worst reloads. So. Do I need anything here? So yeah, it's right where it needs to be. So we got the 3 protection from elite mods on with the we ended up at 1.5 million armor, so I took off 1 armor core so that I can put all 3 protection from elite mods on. I like that better. If you're not gonna run determined, you definitely don't have to run determined for this to be viable. Actually, I can switch guns to show you next. The Liberty and the Regulus, you can add more armor because they got a higher damage base, and the collateral damage kind of helps there too. But so the D50, I'm at 541. This is at 580. That's actually a big difference. And then 710. So, of course, if we're gonna run the exotic, then we're gonna have to get rid of that. Put that on. Now we can blow things up. Yeah, the Regulus one used to be one of my go-tos for open world farming with directives. Gotta grab a trophy before they time out on me again. Keep doing that. So no. Brazos now reassigned.
Civilians in danger.
Running out of places to farm. Oh, the set is Hunter's Fury. Yeah, so Hunter's Fury gives you shotgun damage, SMG damage, which we're not using, 20% armor and kill, which we're using a little bit, but we're mostly after the Talent Apex Predator, which is amplified damage when fighting inside 15 meters. So that's what we're after. We're after that amplified damage. That's it, okay? Just that. That's why I'm running this set. Just for that 20% amplified damage. The whole build is, I mean, the build is tailored to that. Now you get the additional amplified damage on kill, but I don't want my build to be conditional on that. So so everything is tailored to just that 20% amplified damage. Now, 20% armor on kill is also helpful when you lose your bonus armor, no doubt. But really, I'm loaded up on bonus armor so that I don't have to rely on that 20% armor on kill either, because the bonus armor shields me so well, and then I have the protection from leech shielding me even more. Either way, the idea is to not have to run a shield, and so that I can go faster and only pop the shield when I absolutely have to. And so it's all about speed and getting the most out of your bonus armor. Playing fast, trying to catch them into spawns is always helpful too. Oops. She killed herself completely.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Obliterate. Well, unfortunately, all my control points are clear. Let me go and reset. I got your gloves held hostage. Yeah, mine are held hostage too. Good job, lady. Yeah, you were here anyways, you know? Yeah, the drops are all working, folks. The drops command in chat isn't working for some reason, and I don't know why, but you're still getting your drops. So as long as you're watching, of course. And you should get a notification when you earn your drops too, and then you just claim them. So I'm getting my drops from my own stream. So I'm watching my own stream on the side here, figuratively and literally. And that's how I'm getting my drops too. And the only one I haven't earned yet is my pantalones. The short pants. They are pants and shorts. Okay, so I'm just giving a little bit of Regulus action. So what should change is that I probably don't need as many trophies because the weapon is before I get to optimal kill range. That's because we got a higher base weapon damage. But the Regulus doesn't give you any damage. It's just a little bit of a crowd control more, and it's a very powerful crowd control, so it is badass. Yep, I mean, we don't have any trophies. We have one, maybe one. So we got one trophy, so that's the difference. And it doesn't, you wouldn't think that's a big difference, you know, but it is. It just, the base weapon damage is one of the biggest ways to secure your headshot kills, you know? And so, I mean, hardly any damage. Memento trophies. And so with this gun, we can have our cake and eat it too. And so I'll show you that because it's so much stronger, right? So 688 versus 523, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. So I can put back on the armor and still do everything that we're doing. I can even run armor on my chest, go even more armor, and this has been proven. We've been doing this build for a while. It's one of my favorites, actually. Sweet pop him. So I use the, I just screwed it up. I use attack 50 of the Nemesis to give me the peak damage. It's just a shortcut, is basically what it is. So you don't have to actually get the chain kill to get to where you want to be. Yeah, so there we are, 12.2 million. And again, all you need to be is 10 million. So technically I got 2 million in wasted damage there. Which means I can still run more armor. And we got max protection from elite mods here, so I could still run more armor and do this. And so that's with 1.7 million armor. I just don't have a D&H chest with armor. I could run a Walker and Harris, this one, but it's at skill tier 2. I might even be able to run a Habsburg if I had it. We could try it. If I have a Habsburg. I do have a Bellstone. We don't need it though. The Bellstone would give us 1% armor regen. Fucking foam. Wait, that wasn't a headshot? That was.
Moving in from cover. I got your back. I'll set up my turret. Fuck you, midget.
Oh my god. So if you're not getting the collateral damage, is, you know, I think determine, because see how many good people were just killing solo. There's no groups. So this is a stronger weapon, so you do get to the point a little bit faster because you don't have to get as many trophies before you start being consistent. But determine, I don't know, they're both, I'm playing just as fast with both, right? I mean, you could probably argue that. So I feel like I'd probably call determine the poor man's Regulus. It's not anything like the Regulus, but it's like probably the next best gun or talent as far as playing fast. And it just does something different, right? One helps you play fast by allowing you to not acquire your target take as long as you would have to with the Regulus to acquire a target. And then the Regulus is faster just because it's so strong and it's got the potential to collateral damage. But and that's the end of the Regulus demonstration. Who's still alive? Really? All right, he's gonna hide. There's always these people on the other side of the fence and they throw off my radar.
Supply room access.
I feel like they've been doing that on purpose lately. They make you run around looking for an enemy that's not there. They're not showing their Maniac Gaming. No, they're glitched out. We all got them. They look like firewall gloves, so they're showing up incorrectly. I'm sure they'll fix it eventually. The boots show up funny too. They look good. They look fine when you put them on, but their thumbnail doesn't look right.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
What up, Dan? Yeah, having a great week, man. Yeah, we're pretty energized around here. We're getting our drops. I've been testing out Determine, and I'm still happy with it. But I'm gonna make a special video. I'm actually gonna spend time doing that, probably tomorrow morning, and then try to get it out on Sunday or Monday. Depends on how long it takes, because I gotta break it down in many pieces. Because you gotta help them understand where you're coming from, you know, like, and that you understand the issue, and that they need to rewrite the talent, man. Take away those crits. Give us a guaranteed bullet back. Return to the gun. That's what I think should happen. We don't need the guaranteed crits. Give us the bullet back, because we got small mags on these types of weapons. Fuck. Ah! Come on, man. I'm right here. Oh, really? See what I'm saying? Melees are so inequivalent in this game. I mean, he meleeed me from 2 stories up. Okay, come on, guy. Get it done. Ah, what a waste. Oh, he's trolling me. They all are. They're all like, let's just go jump up and down on this barrier. See, if I was running determined, you could have the option to tag her without having to run all the way over here. Or you could be a crack shot and get her anyways.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Just wait for it. Now run. Minigun.
Oh, you fucker. I mean, how come their melees are so strong and fast? I mean, they're like heavyweight boxers. I mean, these are Mike Tyson punches.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, I saw that coming. Fucking bent over like that. Jump.
Supply room access unlocked.
So let's try it with the SRS now, and then I'm gonna switch out back to the D50 and pull this down back to the one red here. One red there. pump that back up. So it's the SRSA-1. It's just a low-powered sniper, but it's got a big mag. And with Determined, it's pretty fun to play out of cover with it. You claimed them all, Andy? They'll show up. It takes a minute. It took a minute for me, but if you claimed them, they should be going. I mean, he wouldn't be getting the drops if he didn't have a Ubisoft account, I think. So
Hostile control point nearby.
here, I'm gonna drop the Ubisoft page for you there, Andy. At the bottom, there's a support thing. Support thing from them, but it took a minute. It takes a minute for them to transfer over. So I don't know if you just did it or not, but if you just claimed them. Sometimes it could be depending on your platform, you might have to log in, log out, but the boots took about 10 minutes to show up. Really?
Reinforcements incoming.
Dude. Fucker. I mean, the fact that he can melee me faster than I get my shot out, and that was just annoying.
Hostiles detected.
Yeah, again, these are determined viability tests. That's what we're doing here. Is determined still good? Oh, Dr. Hannes, thanks for that. I knew she was gonna fuck with me, so. I like it. Maniac. That's what I'm been testing. I was pretty disappointed when I first went in. We knew it was coming, so I braced myself because I really like the talent. I really like it, you know. So when I saw, I braced myself. So even though I braced myself, like, there's some. That's an advantage of just what just happened there, and I'll talk about that in a second. But when I first saw it, it was a bad first impression. It was just like, oh, this sucks. I don't get why I would use it, how I would use it. And I played with it for a couple of control points, and I was just like, I don't get it. It's just not, you know, it's not really that helpful. And then that was on stream. And then I spent some time by myself with it, just kind of playing it a little bit, and then kind of getting it down into the routine, like figuring out the routine. And once you get into your routine, I realized it's actually almost as powerful. Obviously, it's not as powerful. You gotta head body still. So basically, you gotta track where you're at, but it's still amazing, you know. And it doesn't mean I don't think they shouldn't fix it, because I think they need to fix the whole it consumes itself kind of part of it. But otherwise, I'm loving it. What? Oh, there we go. Now I have it. Okay. And so you just got to figure out how to use it in your routine. But, so yeah. And it's not that hard. So all I'm doing is keeping track. And what I had to discern for myself is, and my recommendation for you is, do you play it passively? Do you play the talent passively and say, okay, I'm just gonna pretend or I'm not gonna pay attention to it, and I use it sometimes and sometimes I don't, and sometimes I'll duff a shot and then I'll get the benefit, and sometimes I won't. But no, you don't want to play it that way. You want to play it with intention. Otherwise, you will. Come on, dude. Okay, doesn't like body flinch. Body flinch is an issue. That's how you gotta shoot first. So I got it here, and so I can just take out what would be the most critical target, and then leaving me with just that guy, right? And so obviously, if there's only one guy, then you have no choice. He is your critical target. But if you have three guys running at you, one's a red, one's a yellow, one's a purple, then you hit the purple with determined, and then take out the other guys in the proper order. And so it's really, really, really helpful. Because I could, like that guy with the turret, the riot foam guy, whatever. I don't have to pause to acquire their head. I'll hit him on the tank or the foot or the hand, and they go down, and then I can do my dealio. Rambo, you probably have to earn your. You probably haven't unlocked your mag attachment that you need. And so RNG decides which ones you unlock in what order. And it's basically control points that give you your mods, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, it says they fixed determined. Yeah.
Hostile control point detected.
They fixed it and they broke it at the same time. You know what I mean? So it's because they had to make a decision. If you look at it, they had to make a decision, and the decision was, it's because of the perfect version guaranteed a crit, and that's why it consumes itself. And so if you don't know what we're talking about when I say consumes itself, is that if I get a headshot kill and activate it, if I get another headshot kill right after, it'll deactivate it. Then I get another headshot, then it'll activate it. If I get a body shot, it'll deactivate it, which is okay, we're fine with that. But if I get another headshot, it'll activate it. Then I get another headshot, it'll deactivate it. So it's almost as if you're being punished for landing headshots when you do land a headshot. And it's because of the perfect version that they had to make that decision, because otherwise you'd have a guaranteed crit on head as long as you're landing headshots. So you could go head, and have a guaranteed crit build. So they had to nerf the non-perfect version as well, and that's why it is annoying. And I think they should fix that. And I think everybody agrees with that too. Like, there's just no doubt, like, you can't do that. What I'm gonna tell the devs is, like, we'd rather not have a perfect version. You know what I mean? If that's the problem, I'd rather take the perfect version's trash anyways. The weapons you put it on are trash. You know what I mean? So, like, give it back, you know? And so I think they need to rewrite, to do it right, they need to rewrite the talent, you know? They need to give us another perk besides this guaranteed crit thing, because that's annoying. So now we have it active, and I can just eliminate him real quick. I had to. If I shot him on the head, see what I'm saying? So you got to use it. You might as well just throw that shot out as fast as possible. Doesn't matter where you land it. See? Head, body, or whatever. Head, doesn't matter. But just be intentional with it. You know what I mean? And it's good. It's really good. It goes really fast. So you can stand over manholes and slaughter that manhole. As long as you go in head, body, you know? And again, once you earn Headhunter, your handling is a lot tighter, so it does help you maintain. And so my only complaint is the disincentive when you get a headshot. That's just the logic there is just, I understand why they had to do it, but I'd rather they rewrite the talent.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So I think we. Ooh, I think I want that Hasbro. I've been collecting more Umber Hasbro to be able to remake that build I made a while back. You guys ever done the backfire with Hasbro on an Umbra? Feels so good. At some point, I think I deleted all my pieces for stash issues. How many times do I say that a week? Stash issues. I should just reprogram it. I should program it as a button. Okay, come on. Okay, so here we go. So we don't have it, so we're gonna not activate it. Activate it, and then deactivate it, and then activate it, but I'm not a crack shot today. Now we got it again, so I can activate it. Oops, I fucked up. I missed. That was close. And I got it, so I could just shoot him anywhere. Just finish him off. So you want to, I was standing in the wrong spot. You want to be standing at them head on. So that was my bad. Yeah, if you take those manholes, I'm sure you guys all know. But if you take these manholes, you want to face them. Don't shoot them from the side. Don't shoot them from the back. You might get lucky, but you want to face them because if you're looking for their head, that's where you're gonna get it. They crawl out. They crawl out literally. So, anyways. So I was shooting them from the side, which you have you got an increased chance of landing a body shot. You're shooting them at the side. Wish we had a better map today. You got your X-Defiant? Oh, I'm hoping that they keep it open longer. I've heard mixed things. They've been saying that I heard they were going to extend it, and then I saw a Twitter post saying they're shutting it down as intended,
Access unlocked.
and the campaign ends, which I think is in 3 days, 2 days. But it's okay. It's only a beta, anyways. But yeah, if you get two solid days in there, that's pretty good. Get your impressions in, and a lot of good impressions, guys, from like a lot of experts out there on the X Defiant. A lot of good impressions, and I'm talking like people that I follow that are like big first-person shooter influencers, you know, mostly from COD and stuff like that. Is there something wrong with my YouTube stream? Did it crash?
Hostile control point identified.
Is it frozen? Did Grumpy break it? It defeated. Looks like it's coming through. Okay, thanks, Skeletor. Yeah, I think there was a moment of interruption because I did say chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. I saw that message. Thanks, though, guys. Keep it up, Anna. We're gonna make you a mod. Oh, that's what are you on PC, Stead? Oh, she avoided that one, didn't she?
I want you back.
Reinforcements incoming.
I'm coming for you, motherfuckers. Got that turret, though, huh? That's determined. Just got her out of my way.
Target. Watch your fire.
Oh, I missed that by an inch.
Fuck, it's on me.
I didn't even get tacked in the back here. What's going on?
Location guarded by hostiles.
She thought she was clever.
Right there.
Hostile detected.
Got a casualty!
Taking out the trash.
Oh, what a waste.
Incoming hostile. Hostiles detected.
You're going down.
That guy fucking ducked really well, huh?
Hostiles guarding the data line. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Didn't want that phone.
Gotta move.
Please don't. Please don't go up those stairs. I don't need the cardio.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles. Supply
Yeah, the I
access.
drop, the exclamation drops function isn't doing its job. You have to use your tracker on your Twitter account. Speaking of which, make sure you get my pants. Yeah, you know, since this new season, I feel like a lot's changed too. I've been noticing you know, okay, here, let's talk about that for a second. So you know how they accidentally released that rebalancing of XP, basically taking away convoys and XP all around was rebalanced, right? And it was an accident. Sure, so they came out and said it, and they said they're gonna try to revert it. So next health patch, okay. So we're over it. But the problem is that I think that sometimes there's other things that get out there that are more difficult to detect. You know, so it's obvious the devs aren't always aware of what one hand isn't talking to the other. Let's just admit it, right? And so, because how does that accidentally I mean, there's all sorts of things that are just strange, right? And so one of the things I want you to notice is right now, okay? Look at how many elites are out on this control point. It's 100% elites. Now, I've been playing this game for a long time, okay? And I know in heroic control points are mostly elites, but we're talking like 60%, okay? And that usually means the first wave, or the guys that are standing out here, are not elites. They're usually some purples, some reds, maybe one or two elites, maybe. But lately, they've been 100% elites, if not 95% elites. Like, oh, maybe there's one purple guy, you know? And that makes it a lot harder, you know? It is what it is, but they upped the elite count. I'm sure of it. At first I thought it was only because I was running directives, but then I stopped running directives. And it's still like that, you know? Oops. And so what it does is it increases the damage pool. All right, I got another drop. So just way too many elites all of a sudden, you know? I don't know what that's... Nobody announced that, and it's one of those things that's probably gonna slip under the radar, you know what I mean? Because nobody knows for sure. It's like, are you sure, Tux? How do you know? You know, what's your evidence? What's your way of measuring? We can't measure anymore because it's been changed. There is no measuring, right? Oh, don't you punch me. Yeah, so it's kind of annoying. Aw, I fucked that up. Gotta stay in that apex. Ooh. Turret. Yeah, I don't know. So you never really know. You think you might just be going crazy, and you might. You'd have to measure specifically. I mean, you'd have to do enough control points and record it to ensure it just wasn't some sort of RNG fluke, right?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Where are they? Don't. Oh, I keep doing this. Making me run in fucking circles. Clean it up, clean it up.
I got you.
I can do anything for love, but I won't do that. Did he? The NPC inspired that one. Sorry. I can do everything for love, but I won't do that. God, who doesn't want a little bit of meatloaf in their life? Meatloaf. Somebody could probably do a better impression than I did. You know. Lemon squeezy over here. Telling you. Hey up. Ooh. Let's get his homie first. So that way we could use it. Oh, I was gonna say that. Yeah, so there's an unintended advantage. I'm sure, I mean, because I don't think the devs were thinking about it when they made the nerf or fix. But the you can switch weapons now, right? Okay, so let me show you what I mean. So after you could, so one of the problems with Determined before is you couldn't switch weapons. God damn it. What's got me? Watch. Well, you know what I mean. So I don't really have to demonstrate it because I don't really have another guy to demonstrate it on. Actually, let's let him pick somebody up. Okay. I'm running. Go pick somebody up. Hopefully he goes and gets somebody. Yeah. Okay, so what you can do is, hopefully he gets two guys up. That'll be perfect. So you can earn Determined, use Determined, then switch weapons, right? Like to a nemesis or whatever without losing Determined. And before, we had to, you had to stay with your weapon because determined was always there. So there's an unintended benefit to allow you to rotate weapons. I know it's kind of a minor thing. You'd rather have it the other way. I get it. But I'm just saying, I noticed this. So watch. So we got 2 guys alive, right? I got determined active. And so I can use determined and then switch weapons. Now I got determined on another weapon. So it allows you to run determined on 2 weapons and actually integrate it into your gameplay without throwing determined away, which is what you had to do before. You know, so before you had to throw determined away in order to switch to your long rifle or whatever, because determined disengages when you switch weapons. So this, you know, it's a kind of, it's like looking at the glass half full, for sure, I get it. But I did like that. I was like, oh, good, because I didn't like feeling like I was throwing away my determined talent when I wanted to switch weapons. It made me feel like I had to stick with it. You know what I mean? Oh, great. Rogues.
Rogue agent detected.
Where are they? Other side?
Rogue Mender Seeker Mine detected. Hostile Mender Seeker Mine detected. Rogue artillery turret detected.
Oh, I hate when they throw out the artillery turret.
Hostile artillery turret detected.
Fucking screen is shaking. I'll take it. Oh, you fucker. Got me with 2 explosions. You got me with this. Don't you steal my fucking kill, you dicks. Got it. Barely. I didn't charge all the way, though. Charge. Why the fuck aren't you charging? Oh, the wrong weapon, that's why. That was close. I had the wrong weapon. I had the white death in my hand. I was like, charge.
Supply room access unlocked.
Nice relic there, which I don't like. TK.
Lost them.
Okay, let me claim this final drop here. So these are shorts. Okay, so I claimed them, and they're probably gonna take a minute to show up. But let's check right away just to see if it's that fast. And it would be in the gold area, and they're not here yet. Okay. I'm impressed that they got them to come as fast as they did, though. Last time we did this, or maybe it wasn't last time, but there was a struggle. It took, like, some people got their jobs, some people didn't. Shoot at the deer? Poor deer. They were totally shooting at the deer like it was a threat. See that? And they said, leave us alone. Oh, now I'm taking damage for those guys. Right on, Dark. Bandit the Shooter, what's up? Thanks for the sub, man. With your prime. Love the love. I love the love. The relic is an airsoft gun. Maybe worse. They probably kick you out of airsoft for using it because it's too weak. Okay, let's see. Looking for a boss. So there he is. Daisy's the boss. Okay. So the equation is 4 purples and 1 gold is always a boss setup. So if you see a red or an elite other than the boss, then it's not a boss squad. So that's how you can spy him from a distance.
Civilians in distress.
I'm gonna use a pistol. And this is how we get rid of bosses around here. Well, I need a little bit more than that, I guess. Almost one-shotted him. She is a boss dog, though. There we go.
System curtailed. System back online.
Nope.
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Hostiles detected.
Hey, Agent. I see you. Get back! Ready to play. What did you do?
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Man down. Target's moving in on me.
I pray you learn to trust. Have faith in both of us. And keep moving your hearts for two. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we vanished, words that got spoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
That guy.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Steady, I see you, bro.
Let me reload.
So there's one asshole, huh? This guy just didn't want to die. The rest of them.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah, it's quiet because I'm eating at the same time. So I got the controller in one hand, food in the other. Who's shooting me in the back? What the hell? You get a little support around here? Control point that never ends, huh? God, how's this turret still up right now? It's like a boss turret. And it's like unkillable. Oh, that's gotta be a glitch, right? I mean, look at that. Finally? No way. No way. Something's wrong. Well, he was way out there, huh? Yeah. You're right. That's what I was worried about. I was like, oh, maybe I'm gonna DC. No.
Supply room access unlocked.
Secure this place. Now.
Chevy, you're here. What up, Chevy? Let's get you some drops. Really? I didn't see that. I didn't see that. No. I think you might have saw cross rewards are coming. So you'll get certain rewards, like if you're playing all three games, Resurgence, Division 2, and Heartland. But I mean, maybe, unless I missed something, unless there was a new announcement, but that'd be a pretty big deal. They've told us before it really wasn't possible without rewriting the game. These look different than in the picture. I mean, I didn't see the patches in the announcement picture, and then there's no tights. In the announcement picture, there's tights, and I mean, the shorts are better now, because I wasn't that impressed with them before. There was no detail on them. There was way more detail. And I'm okay with no tights, but no man tights. But so that's the full outfit right now, except for the gloves. And the chest piece seems to be weird. Like, it doesn't allow me to take off my skin. I don't know why. So I guess it's just whatever, huh? Time to change it up.
Jacket on my white desk chair. Now I don't think about you.
All right, this is our going back to our unwavering build. Work in progress. And I think we liked it this way. This is how I had it saved last, at least. So it's playing off of speed and accuracy, and it's amazing. We tested it in Legendary already with a little bit different setup. So this one's tuned for heroic, and so it kind of brought the damage down. And the really reason why is because I wanted to add more armor so that we can run and gun more, where in Legendary you're not. And so we tested the weapons. We did find that the Vector with Unwavering is better than the swap chain. The RPMs are a major advantage. It's pretty fun. Let's go test it out. I don't remember much else about it because it's a relatively new build. Yeah, I'm playing on the Xbox. I don't play on PC, so I don't get into PTS, but we did cover the gear already. Actually, twice in this stream, so you can watch it on replay. But yeah, I wanted to say that I was on the Xbox One originally, and then I got the Xbox Series S, and it definitely made a difference for me. I would always have regular bugs. They were minor, they were just visual bugs. I'd have to like clear my cache on my machine to clear them, but Xbox has been relatively stable overall. I haven't been getting most of the bugs that other people get.
Reinforcements en route. Immediate medical assistance needed.
It's a little beast, this build. Little beast. It's very fast gameplay style. You're playing into your chest stacks, and they're unwavering, which is only 5 seconds. One of the fastest play styles in the game, I think. Because I'm trying to maintain that 5-second on refresh. See, a 5-second refresh. You gotta go fast to do that. Yeah, it's crazy, but so much fun. It plays a little bit different in heroic than in legendary. In legendary, you can use it from a cover play style, and it just works different. The application is different. It's cool. You'll like it for legendary too. But I don't use the shotgun for legendary. It's a different build, so I put on a different chest and I run it with an assault rifle. Yeah, so it's a build I'm still working on. It's not perfect yet, so don't you know, whatever. Whatever. It's just not perfect, okay? But it's a work in progress. So right now, a heroic 1.5 million is what feels good. And then it's 4-piece striker, memento, and then chest. It's all about the gun. It's being built around unwavering. We tried perfect with unwavering, and Vector was better. 1,400 RPMs. Crazy. And a bigger mag than the swap chain, plus more, what do you call it? Mod slots. So it's a perfect synergy because, you know, you can only use it for 5 seconds, right? It only lasts 5 seconds, that 300% weapon handling. And then on kill, refreshes it. So it's perpetual. It's forever. But the enemies aren't, right? And so a door opens, and then 3 or 4 enemies pop out, and you're just like, and then they're done, and then you gotta go find the next door or whatever, next group of enemies, right? And so, which is fine. So you have to switch over to your shotgun, and it only takes 5 seconds for that thing to refresh again, and then you got it back active. But what's great about that is that because we're running the chest piece, you need to switch to your shotgun anyways to make sure you're getting good maintenance on that chest piece stacks, which is 200. So it sort of synergizes with the weapon swapping, right? And so we tried it with versatile, but you just don't have enough survivability to play with versatile. And we did try it with Hunter's Fury. If I remember right, we did. Wasn't quite as fun. They'd see me, huh? It's like that.
Reinforcements incoming.
Oh, that's screwed up. Oh no, don't drop your shield. Ah, my bad, damn it. you got to make sure you get at least, you know, half your stacks of that. So the mistake I made was I switched out of my shotgun too early. And you want to make sure you had enough stacks to one-shot everything. Not one-shot everything, but one mag everything, you know? So we should have it now. Not hard to get that either. I just dropped it too soon. Kidding me? Oops. Fuck. Switching guns. Reload that. What up, Bone?
Incoming hostiles detected.
There it is. Slaughterhouse! Oh no.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, I switched too soon. Switch back. You gotta wait till you're near your enemy before you switch. Oh God. That one, it's always that lady. She just got some moves on her.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
What? No! Damn! Switched to the wrong weapon. The hell? Fucking popping up out of holes in the ground or what? Take that. This shotgun feels really good at this build. It like smashes them. For some reason it feels faster than usual. I don't know why. Even though I'm running with Striker and you know that's what it does, it gives you RPMs. It just feels faster.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, she's a gymnast. That's where they recruit. They recruit from the gymnastics hall or whatever, wherever gymnastics people go. The Tumblr's gym. Yeah. Good job. Okay. So that's the new season coming, like Anna's saying. I think seasons 2.0, I just mean, I'm not sure if they're gonna change seasons or change the seasons, or they're just gonna continue the seasons as two. I don't know what that means, 2.0. So many questions. So many questions to that.
Identified.
Oh, good job. Latina got the boots. Show them off, lad. Show them off. You gotta get right up there with this one, huh?
Reinforcements en route. Detected.
Boom. You see that reload? You seen that? It's insane. The reload's crazy. That's what I like about it, really. It's not really the handling, it's more the reload. 400% reload. Okay, so if you don't get a kill with one of them, then that's where you lose your buff. 5 seconds is so fast. Think about that. Same time as obliterate. Obliterate doesn't require kill though. Just hits and crits. Oh my god, you clown.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Reinforcements in place.
I see you, agent.
Fuck. Made me miss everything.
Detected.
Ugh.
Cowboy, decent.
Let's see you run now.
So when I got long runs, I know to put it away. There's no way we're gonna make it over there.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Like here.
Keep that, agent. You're okay.
Collaborative access unlocked.
They keep coming.
Friendly control point nearby.
So that's a build, simple, effective. It's just making use of a talent that many people are overlooking, you know, and including me. And I used to use it a lot, you know, several seasons back. I used to run the swap chain was my primary secondary weapon, if that makes sense. It was my main secondary weapon, the swap chain, because of when you get pressed, when somebody presses you, rushes you, You can switch, and then you can blind fire and land almost 100% of your shots. Which makes it great for legendary because you get pressed a lot. Suppressed a lot. Even Chungas, whatever. Warhounds. You take out tanks in one mag. It's amazing. And this is a legendary build. I tweak it for legendary, so it's a little bit different for legendary. And I don't remember what we did. I'd have to replay it on my live stream when we made it. But I know we were running the backpack, the striker backpack. I know that. I doubt we were running the chest. I think we were running technician with spotter. I think maybe. I don't remember. Actually, probably not, because I think originally we were running the swap chain that couldn't run the laser pointer. So yeah, I probably have to re-attack it for legendary to update it. Oh, the Savage Wolverine build was earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna put that one out in the morning. I think I'll try to do that one in the morning. So yeah, I'll put that build out in the morning. Make sure you follow me over on YouTube if you're not, so you can get the hook up on the build videos. There should be links before, or I think exclamation YouTube. This is how you get to my account, I think. Squad, did you just get all of your gear? Good job. Thanks for your loyalty and help. Squad, the good mod. Ooh. Squad, the good mod. I better not start, because then I'll have to make a song for Grumpy. And then Sick. Then Sick Jim. All right. I have to write songs for all you guys. All right, here we go. Let's get this thing on its way. I can't get that red. There we go. Oh, really? They jumped ship. Suckers.
Reinforcements incoming.
We need them up here, though, because if I start chasing them down there, then I'm not going to catch the spawn. These suckers. Sucker MCs! Ah. Did not mean to jump. Fuck, that turret's raping me. Whoa, fuck, really? Was that an extra bullet? Oh, it was that guy. I'm gonna say. There we go. Oh, you pain in my ass. That's crazy, huh? Doesn't it look like I'm going a million miles an hour? It looks like the RPMs go up. They're not, though, right? It's just weapon handling. That's just weapon handling. That's what 300% weapon handling looks like. But it looks like my whole build goes faster, you know? But it's just the reloads that you're seeing there. But it seems like it. It seems like the RPMs are like going off the charts. It's just that you're connecting the RPMs and you're not used to that. You know what I mean? So you're like, you're stringing the RPMs together. Really? There's still a guy alive?
Incoming hostiles detected. Civilians in danger.
Break. God damn it. See that? Breaking apparently takes longer than 5 seconds, right? Isn't that bullshit? 5 seconds is not 5 seconds in this game. It's like video game 5 seconds. Toon World 5 seconds. Isn't it weird? It's like 5 seconds in the world feels like, you know, definitely longer than that.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Watch her back.
Piss me off, dude. Here we go.
Hostile detected.
God damn it. That melee fucking threw me off.
Swapping out.
That was gonna be fun until I got meleeed.
Supply room access.
Because getting them like right when they come out of the spawn is just because for some reason, have you ever noticed that? Like the NPCs, it's not about getting them inside the door. I mean, it is, but they seem to be fixated on something when they come out, and they'll run right by you sometimes, right? You could be standing right here, they'll run right by you, like, hey, like you're invisible.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Are we on ammo? We could use a little more. But we're running gunner, we're good. You made the jump over the X to PS5? Gets it made? How could you do that? Oh, get self-made. Oh, sorry. Right on, McClary.
Hostile control point identified.
Thanks for rocking with me, man. I'm putting in a little extra. I've been putting in a little extra stream to help you guys get this. But don't worry. For those of you that haven't got it all, and tomorrow I'll be streaming. For sure, Saturday night stream is the fun one anyways. I'll try to start a little bit earlier than usual. Not too early, because I got to work on a video too. Oops, no, not that. That. Always got to think about which way I want to attack this one, because they set up turrets in that room. You got to get in there as fast as possible. Oh, it blasts you.
Vital signs critical.
I'm at the barrier. On the enemy flag. Covering fire.
Come on, dude.
Oh no.
Fucking crazy lady. God damn. Seriously, it's just the way she running, the way she ran, you know? Got me to miss 1,000 shots. Oh, fucker. Guess I gotta go up there, I guess. I don't want to go up there. There's a turret. And another turret. They're everywhere.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Could only see her. She's still jumping around like a monkey. Even though it was wailing on her. And she was on fire.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Thought I was dead, didn't you? Fucking rifle.
I'll set up my turret.
Really? I was backing up. God. Well, I was just looking at that door. God.
Detected.
You're one down.
You're raining on the wrong parade, my man. That's a nice one, huh? Probably don't need it. Just in case.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna make it a build video. It's gonna be a 2-part build video for this, so there'll be a legendary one and a heroic. But yeah, I mean, it's working so well. Like, I don't know if I would really change anything. I mean, you might be able to put on one more armor core. If anything, it might be the holster. I mean, I don't know. Put a bellstone instead. Just pick up a little regen underneath that bonus armor. I mean, we have that anyways. But a little more, I guess. There's also maybe pulling off some crit damage in exchange for protection from elites. Yeah, but I don't know if it actually needs anything. I'm just saying, like, there's variables to it. The reality is that you got to play fast, go fast, play fast, get the most out of it.
Civilians in distress.
I feel like I'm gonna change my mask to the droopy one. Or the baby doll one. Didn't you lose your hat though? Droopy. That one's kind of cool. The Walmart mask. That one. Yeah. That looks like a metal head to me. You guys should see these gloves. I'm sure you can get these in the open world. They're called the Chopping Hell gloves. It's an apparel item event that's been dropping in the open world. And you can actually use them. So it's not this a one-time thing. You got them weeks ago. I do more during the week. I do morning streams and late afternoon streams usually. I try to mix them both. Depends on what's going on the week. And then on the weekends, they're evening streams, starting as early as 2. Typically, I start at 4 on the weekends. And then Sundays, I don't consistently stream on Sundays. Sundays I usually take off. Usually an editing day for me.
Reinforcements incoming.
And then sometimes I do very late night streams, but that's also something I don't do very often. So yeah, the morning thing is, you know, I try to. It kind of goes by week sometimes, because what I'll do is I'll squeeze in a week where I kind of cater to the European time zones more because I got an international crowd. So I'll try to do a week where I'll do a lot more morning streams for the European time zones, and then I'll go back to US time zones. Even though, I mean, everybody benefits, everybody gets to see more, but I just know general availability. Just try to change it up, get everybody in there. So that's why it's a variable and to a degree. I like what she said there. Oh, you're on my team. Yes, sir, teams. These are the bad guys. I'm the good guy. Get out of my control point, fuckers.
Think we're helpless, huh?
Deleted his ass. Deleted him too. taking too long to spawn. You can only go so fast. Yeah, piece of cake. Not all waiting in line for you, huh? I figure with like ground you gotta cover. And the spawn rotations, probably about 3 minutes is a really good time, I feel like, for a control point. You can see they're gonna make me run all the way back to the other side now. That's the bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a little bit of it. Yeah, we've been mostly spending our time on the gear because I'm not in on PC. I'm an Xbox guy. I'm one of those weird ones. Oh no! And he double tapped me, jerk. Oh man. Yeah, so what do you guys think about the Descent game mode? Anybody like it? Anybody not like it? From what they've seen? Or played? Or experienced? Yeah, the map design looks nice. The texture and everything, it looks pretty cool. Like that. Has anybody seen the reward system on it? I haven't been able to see that. I haven't seen the reward system. Like, how are you being rewarded for anything? XP or loot or time or tokens? Did anybody caught a glimpse on that? I haven't seen that at all. That's where it needs to be exposed. Because that's like whether you're gonna find me in there a lot is gonna be based on the reward system. Because I need to farm, I need to make builds, I need to get XP, I need to get blah, you know? A vendor, cool, that's cool. I'm down with the vendor. I'd be better off with the vendor and loot. But of course you can't use loot, so I get why maybe that might not be a thing, but you still have a backpack, but maybe, I don't know. Also, there's no timer on it, right? I would like there to be a timer. Well, there is a timer, isn't it? Because you just league things. Not league things, but like, that's kind of nice. I might keep that one. It's not spectacular. Spectacular, spectacular. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we need to figure that out because you die and you end up with nothing except a rank, you know? All I gotta say is give me a Regulus and then get out of my effing way. Doesn't matter what build I'm running, a Regulus is all you need. Pluck, 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 boom, you know? It's just such a strong gun. Like, even if you're not one-shotting things, even if it takes 2 or 3 shots, it's steady and it's strong. And that works great even as a multi-shot weapon. I have builds that I've run it that way. That Eclipse Protocol one is a multi-shot Regulus build, and it's such a steady gun. It's like still pretty cool to run it like that. Yeah, the drops thing isn't working, guys. I don't know if it's working for you, but it didn't work for me. You're gonna have to go into your menu. But there's still, it's definitely working. I kind of like this outfit though. I feel like a rocker for sure. I feel like, you know, like I came out of the 80s rocking kind of thing, you know? Like, you know, definitely like a Metallica dude or whatever. I don't know. But I was listening to like ABBA on the side. I wasn't telling my friends. That's the kind of rocker I look like there. Like, dude. Come on, man. Come on. Dude. Join the division, dude. Right on, dude. Yeah. Yeah, no, I earned all mine on my stream today. So I'm watching my own stream, so it's working. I don't know why the eye drops isn't, though. I'm not hating on ABBA, I'm just saying. He's listening to Metallica on one end and ABBA on the other, and he's not telling his friends. I don't know why. What's up with that? Little insecurity. He's insecure about his ABBA. He's afraid he's gonna be judged. No, they're just trying to get their progress checks, and there's some sort of bug in the system where the progress checks isn't coming in through chat, but it is coming in through your account. And so yeah, I've been checking all day, and I don't know why it's not giving me progress in chat. But cool, that's a cool build though, guys. I like it. So I think I'll leave you with that. Thanks everybody for hanging with me. Appreciate it. I hope you guys made some good traction. And I will be streaming again tomorrow night, as usual. Tomorrow's our big stream. It's our Saturday night stream. Hopefully a little more balance on YouTube and Twitch. I'll have Twitch drops on again tomorrow night, so we can get you guys all hooked up. Remember, it is running to the 15th, so we got some time. Make sure you hit the whole follow button. Sub if you like to. Appreciate all the subs that came through. All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Later.
Tuxedo out.
Raw flows, and that's how it goes.